Let us pray. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in Thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. Amen. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, I have in my possession two messages from His Excellency the President. Even though I think they've been overtaken by time, I'm duty-bound to read them by the official reports of Parliament. It's a constitutional duty the President is performing, and there must be evidence that he's done so. Definitely, these are messages dealing with His Excellency's travels. The first one is dated 3rd February 2022, and it reads, Mr. Speaker, absence from Ghana. In accordance with Article 59 of the Constitution, I write to inform you that I will be traveling outside the country in the morning of Friday, 4th February 2022, to Addis Ababa, capital of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, to lead Ghana's delegation to the 35th Ordinary Session of the Assembly of the African Union, to be held from 6th to 7th February 2022 in Addis Ababa. I will return to Ghana in the evening of Sunday, 7th February 2022. During my absence, the Vice President, Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia shall, in accordance with Article 68 of the Constitution, act in my stead. Yours sincerely and best wishes, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. To the Right Honorable Speaker, Office of Parliament, Parliament House, Accra. The second one is dated 9th February 2022, and it reads, Mr. Speaker, absence from Ghana. In accordance with Article 59 of the Constitution, I write to inform you that I'll be traveling outside the country in the morning of Thursday, 10th February 2022, to Brest, France, at the invitation of His Excellency Emmanuel Macron, President of the Republic of France, to participate in the One Ocean Summit to be held on 11th February 2022. Thereafter, I will at the invitation of His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Ifar Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. I'm sure members will get the name properly. President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana traveled to Georgetown, Guyana, to participate as a keynote speaker at the Maiden International Energy Conference, an expo by Guyana to be held from the 15th to the 18th February 2022. Following the visit to Guyana, I will travel to Marburg, Germany, at the invitation of Kenop Foundation, to participate together with Presidents Macky Sall and Paul Kagame of the Republics of Senegal and Rwanda, respectively, in the presentation of the biotech modular production facility for mRNA vaccines on Wednesday, 16 February 2022, towards a Pan-African project for the establishment of a vaccine manufacturing plant in Africa. I will then travel to Paris, France, to meet with President Emmanuel Macron, together with other African heads of state, on the security situation in the Sahel and Africa in general, in the evening of 16 February 2022. I will also participate in a breakfast meeting with President Emmanuel Macron and some heads of state from the ECOWAS region in the morning of 17 February 2022 to discuss the security situation in ECOWAS. After this, I will travel to Brussels, Belgium, to participate in the African Union, European Union, EU Summit, to be held from 17 to 18 February 2022. I will travel to the United Kingdom for a private visit from 18th to the 20th February 2022 after the summit. In all, I'll be away from the country for 10 days. I'll return to Ghana in the evening of Sunday, 20th January 2022. It should have been February, but what is typed here is January. Yes, what is typed here is January. So, correct rendition should have been Sunday, 20th February 2022. During my absence, the Vice President, Alhaji Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, shall, in accordance with Article 68 of the Constitution, act in my stead. Yours sincerely, Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo. And this is to me the Right Honourable Speaker, Office of Parliament, Parliament House, Accra. Honourable members, what I just did, apart from the reference to the constitutional provision which is Article 60. Our standing orders, if you go to standing orders part 7, order 51, clearly it is stated that communications from the President to the House shall be made to Mr. Speaker by written message signed by the President, or, in the absence of the President, by the Vice President or by a minister acting by command of the President. So the communication is usually to the House. It's only addressed to the Speaker. And so I'm duty bound to always read them to the House. That is Order 51. Order 52, which deals with communications from the House to one, that is, they say A, the President, B, the Chairman of the Council of State, or C, the President of the National House of Chiefs, shall be in writing and signed by Mr. Speaker or by a Deputy Speaker acting as Speaker. Honorable members, since we have almost finished winding up with our deliberations on the new standing orders of this House, may I urge the committee to take this matter into consideration and see whether we could amplify and clarify the issue of communications to the House and from the House, not only to what has been specified in the standing orders, because it doesn't find any expression in the Constitution in a way, but also as to how these things should be done. In view of the fact that there are these issues about Deputy Speaker, the acting Speaker, his right to vote or no right to vote, I'm happy that some of you, some members of Parliament, are involved in trying to get clarification on these constitutional matters from the courts. And some of you have proceeded by issuing original writs at the court for interpretation. They are welcome developments. At the end of the day, we will all be guided on these matters. These are new grounds, and this is the time for us to learn and improve on our system. And so I want to urge you all to still continue to maintain cool heads. Let's think through these matters together, and let's find solutions to some of the conceptual challenges that the Constitution has imposed on the country. Again, honorable members, the available leaders have agreed with me that from tomorrow we will start sitting at 10 on the dot. We will always suspend the House, latest by 12:30, for a few minutes to stretch and refresh, and then return to commence proceedings at 2 p.m. and finally adjourn at 4 p.m. This is in the interim. When the standing orders finally arrive, we will together finalize how we want the House to be run. It's not just run at the whims and caprices of the Speaker. No, it's done together with leadership and the mandate of members of the House. This constitutes my message for this morning. And so we move on to the next item on the order paper, which is item 4. Correction of votes and proceedings and official reports. We will start with votes and proceedings of Friday, 11th February 2022, page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, page 14, IX, Mr. Samuel. I believe the spelling is Mr. Samuel Quartey, Q-U-A-R-T-E-Y, but it says Q-A-A. I believe it's Quartey with an R, Q-U-A-R-T-E-Y. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, table of his candidate cross-check and do the right thing. Page 15. Page 16. Page 17. Page 18. Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, page 18, item XVIII, Mr. Edwin Ofosu, I believe it's Ofosu Kwache. Instead of K-W-A-R-T-Y-E, it should be K-W-A-R-K-Y-E. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, table of his candidate, take note. Page 19. Page 20. Page 21. Page 22. And finally, page 23. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of the 11th sitting held on Thursday Honorable members, I take it again. In the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of the 11th sitting held on Friday, 11 February 2022, are adopted as the true records of the proceedings. And so those of you who have copies of the guide, what is there is wrong. We move to official reports, and I have in my possession the official report of 28th January 2022. Any corrections? Honorable members, in the absence of any corrections, the official report of 28th January 2022 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. We will now move to item 5 on the order paper. Item 5 starts with questions, and we have as many as 14 questions. I will have to limit interventions. Well, we have some 4 important statements to make today. Some are commemorative and some are hangover from last Friday. And so they will be made today, 4 statements. And so please, those who have posed the questions, make sure your supplementary are direct. They are succinct, direct, simple, and short. If there are constituency matters, I will not permit supplementary questions from any other member. But if they are general, definitely members will have the opportunity to ask questions. So we start with the question standing the name of the honorable member for North Dai. I will invite the Minister for Communications and Digitalization to take the chair and respond to the question by Honorable Ms. Joycelyn Tete, the honorable member for North Dai. Honorable member, you may now ask your question.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Communication and Digitalization what plans the ministry have to provide access to telephone network for communities such as Chukwe, Botoku, and Choko in the North Dai district who are without telephone network. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Investment Fund for Electronic Communications, GIFEC, as part of Phase 1 of the Ghana Rural Telephony and Digital Inclusion Project, has built a site at Choho, which is ready to be activated. Additionally, connectivity drive tests for Chukwe and Botoku have been undertaken, and these sites will be constructed as part of Phase 2 of the project. My information is that all network operators currently do not have any coverage plans for the community, but will provide services on the rural telephony network to these communities once it's completed. Thank you.
Honorable member, any supplementary?
Honorable Speaker, the project at Choho started last year, and the people were promised that before the end of the year, the project will be completed. So I will be pleased on behalf of my people from Choho if the minister can give any assurance when the project will be completed in Choho, if they don't have any plans yet for Botoku and Chukwe. Thank you.
I don't know why your last statement, but the first part of your supplementary question, when will the project be completed?
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I believe they're working on connections, power connections to the site, and installations from the network operators to the site. So that work is currently ongoing. And once it's completed, as I indicated, it will be activated. So hopefully by the end of this year, all of that should be done.
You say hopefully by the end of the year.
This year. Yes.
So it's hopeful. Honorable member, that you have to place your decision on hope. So any further supplementary?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The answer is not assuring enough, but I will just accept it that by the end of the year, Choco project will be completed. But I'll be pleased if she could give some space for Chukwe and Botoku. If she could let us know what work is being put in place for now. Then when I go back home, I can let the people know that, Choco project is ongoing, and by the end of the year, that's going to be completed. And yours is going to start at this time. I think that will be...
Is that supplementary?
Yes.
What you have said so far? Supplementary question, please. I haven't seen any question. I haven't heard question from you.
The other two communities,
yes.
If there is any assurance from the minister to the people of Chukwe and Botoku.
Even what has been started, you have to be hopeful. What has not been started, you are asking for assurance. Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I've indicated at the end of the answers that I provided, phase 2 has not yet started, and we're working with the communities to identify sites that need connectivity that will be included in phase 2. We'll also have to secure funding for the phase 2. And so they are currently in the process of acquiring the sites for phase 2. That's why the drive tests are being conducted. They need to know where the best sites would be for the mast to be constructed. There may be communities that don't have connectivity, but the available technology may not be applicable for those communities. So they need to conduct those tests and then come back with their report so that we can also conclude on how those sites are going to be connected, with what type of technology we're going to use. So all that the preparatory phase is on. But I cannot give you an assurance as to when that will start. We need to complete phase 1 before we start phase 2. But phase 1 is ongoing. And as I indicated, maybe I'll amend my earlier answer and delete the hopefully and say categorically that by the end of this year, Choho should have its site up because the contractors are back on the project and are working actively as we speak. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, this is constituency specific. And so the honorable member has his last supplementary. If there's none, we'll move to the next question, which stands in the name of the honorable member for Kwandu, Honorable Mrs. De La Soa. Please, honorable member, it's your turn.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I seek your permission to vary the question slightly by taking out Befi Tong and Befi Huime, because some work has already begun there and it's nearly completed.
Permission so granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to ask the Minister of Communication and Digitalization when the following communities in Kwando constituency will be provided mobile network connectivity. Sovie, Kujra, Dafotong, and Toko. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was also going to seek your leave to amend the answer slightly, but she has amended the question to remove Befi Tong. So I think maybe for the record I should do the correction so that the record stands completed. Mr. Speaker, the correction is that in Befi Tong, construction is almost completed. Not that land is yet to be acquired. The construction is almost completed. Kujra and Befi Tong are included in phase 1 of the Ghana Rural Telephony and Digital Inclusion Project. Land has been acquired in Kujra for construction to commence. And in Befi Tong, construction is almost completed. MTN has coverage presence in Toko and has also captured Sovie in their 2022 network rollout plan for connectivity. The other remaining communities, i.e. Dafwe, Tong, and Toko, will be considered in phase 2 of the Rural Telephony and Digital Inclusion Project. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, any supplementary?
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister in her answer said that there's a MTN presence in Toko. However, Mr. Speaker, the coverage is very problematic. Can the Minister take steps to improve network coverage in Toko area for better connectivity? Thank you.
Talk about improving the network coverage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for bringing it to my attention. I will notify MTN and ask them to work on the connectivity issues in that community. Thank you.
Any further supplementary?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the minister says that land has been acquired in Kujra. I want to find out what the timelines are for work to commence in the Kujra and Sovie communities. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would have to find that out from GIFIC. I haven't been given that information now, and so I would find that out and notify you. But once the land has been acquired, it means their construction is imminent, so they should be starting soon. But I'll find out and let you know exactly when the construction would commence. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Member, you should follow up on this. Don't wait for another question and answer session. Just follow up to the Minister and have that discussion with her. Then you follow up to MTN to get this thing done. Yes, any further supplementary?
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to know phase 2. What timelines are there, if you have any, for phase 2? Thanks.
When are you anticipating phase 2 to commence?
Mr. Speaker, I can't give a definite timeline as to when phase 2 would commence. As I indicated in my previous answer, there are a few things that need to be done first. We're still receiving requests for inclusion in phase 2, and so even the identification of the sites for phase 2 hasn't been completed yet. Once that's done, we would need to secure funding for that as well. So all the preparatory work is being done. Drive tests are being conducted for the sites that have been identified so far, and there's still room for more sites to be included. So once all that is completed, we'll come back to the House with a facility and seek your approval for phase 2 to commence. Thank you.
Honorable members, this is also constituency specific, and so we'll move to the next question. Signs in the name of the honorable member for Afajatu South, Honorable Mrs. Angela Ofuruwa Alowute. Please, honorable member, you may ask your question now. In the absence of the honorable member, yes, please.
Right Honorable Speaker, I seek your permission to ask the question on her behalf.
No, you can't do that. You don't have her authority, and I cannot grant you permission to ask the question on her behalf. We'll be taking away her representation. We don't have any authority to undermine that. So we'll leave it, and then she will come herself later on, or authorize somebody to do that on her behalf. We cannot. So we move on to the next question, who stands in the name of the honorable member for Evaluate Ajomoro Jira. This new formulation of constituencies names, Ajomoro Jira. Honorable Mr. Kofi Aku Nokoi, sorry if I got your name wrong. It's your turn to ask your question now.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Kofi Aku Noku. I thank you for the opportunity.
No what?
Noku.
Noki.
Right Honorable Speaker, just like Kujo became Kojo, it was supposed to be N-O-K-U traditionally, but the spelling has differentiated a little to K-O-E, but the pronunciation is N-O-K-U, Noku.
Noku.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Communication and Digitalization when the government's laudable initiative of making telephony easily accessible will reach the following communities in the Evaluate Adomojura constituency. That's Jurabanso, Kuchukrom, Tabakrom, Bamianko, Jurashiem, Maham, Tumentu, Ebakpo, Asonwa, Angbanzie, and Sintum. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, GIFEC has captured all the communities for inclusion in the next phase of the Ghana Rural Telephony and Digital Inclusion Project, with the exception of Tumentu. In the Tumentu, Kukuaville, Kwekukrom, Asonti, Ancherinyin, and Ebokro in the Avalue Ajomorojura constituency are part of phase 1 of the project, and all 6 communities have been completed and are ready for commissioning. Jura Banso, Kutukrom, and Tebakrom currently have rural star sites that have outlived their capacity. The capacity is congested, and efforts are currently underway to increase the capacity in these communities. Mr. Speaker, interestingly, I was present at Tumentu with the former MP when the mast was being constructed. So I know that for a fact. All 6 have been constructed and are ready for commissioning. Thank you.
Any supplementary question?
Yes, please. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank the Minister for the answers, but I wish to ask her what the cause of delay has been and when, because in her answer, she acknowledges that all six sites in 6 communities are ready for commissioning, and the people are in dire need of this. So can the minister be kind enough to tell us when exactly the commissionings will take place? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I will liaise with the member for for commissioning. It may be power, it may be connection of one or other of the existing network operators to those sites. I don't know what is needed to be done, but if they say they are ready for commissioning, it means that we probably have to agree on a date and move to the site to activate them for use by those communities. Thank you.
Any further supplementary?
Yes. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, again. In the response, it is stated that Tumentru, which is a crucial place which is densely populated, even though I've been at site, the project, the antennas, whatever has been erected, but in the answers, Tumentru has been made exceptional, that it is not part of the first phase. Can the Right Minister be kind enough to work out things to ensure that Tumentru becomes part of the first phase, since almost all the setups has been done? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Tumentru is part of the first phase. The site has been constructed. I was there when the mast was being constructed, and so I can allay the members' fears about Tumentru. It will also be commissioned with the other 6 that have already been constructed. Thank you.
You're right, Honorable Speaker. Thank you. And this is my last one. In the response, the minister stated that Jurabanso, Kutukrom, Debakrom, and right, Honorable Speaker, this is the most densely populated part, that is in the north, that it has outlived, they have outlived their capacity in the rural telephony. So can the minister be a little elaborate to tell us what steps she is taking to ensure that the nurses, the teachers that are in these communities that have to climb trees, mountains, etc., just to access internet connectivity, what plans are being put in place to ensure that MTN and Vodafone, which seems to be concentrating in the cities and big towns, instead of these areas which has cocoa and those vibrant little things, can also be connected? Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I indicated in my answer, Jurabanso, Kutukrom, and Tebakrom have connectivity, but the existing technology used there is already congested. And so efforts are currently underway for them to have a better user experience than they have currently. So work is ongoing. I believe when those sites were constructed, the dimensioning of the sites were lower than the actual usage that has been experienced on it, and it happens. They probably assumed that fewer people in the communities would be using it, and it was done based on the population sizes at the time. And undoubtedly, economic activity and others have increased the population sizes there. And so the capacity and dimensioning of those sites is now smaller than the actual usage. It's been identified and work is ongoing to increase the capacity to enable more users have a better user experience. So that work is also ongoing as we speak. Thank you.
Honorable members, we now move to question number 392, which stands in the name of the honorable member for Nalergu Gambaga, Honorable Seydou Isifu. Honorable members, your turn to ask your question now.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Communication and Digitalization, how many communities in Gambaga municipality will benefit from the rural telephony project? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My information is that 18 beneficiary communities of the East Mamprusi district are included in the first phase of the Rural Telephony and Digital Inclusion Project. Out of the 18, 5 communities have already been constructed and they are ready to receive traffic. More communities from the Nalerugu Gambaga constituency will be added in the next phase of the project specifically. Land has been acquired and ready for construction to commence in the following communities: Langbina, Banda, Yankazia, Zandua, and Wudua. Yun Yalanyiri, Dagbiri Boari, please forgive my pronunciation. Kulgona, Latari, Palwaka, Nanyeli Langanyiri, Zari, Namongo, Jawani, Kolinvai, Tuni, Tundi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member, any supplementary?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister says 18 communities are earmarked for phase 1. And out of that, 5 communities are at the point of connectivity. So I want to find out exactly when these 5 communities will be connected for the benefit of the constituents.
That is not what the answer said. He said out of the 18, 5 communities have their mask constructed and ready for traffic. That is the answer.
Mr. Speaker, that is exactly what I'm referring to. Now, if they are ready for traffic, it means they are at a point of connectivity, if I'm right. So I just want to find out from the Minister when these 5 communities will be connected and the people will begin.
It's not the same, but with the Minister will say answer. Ready for traffic doesn't mean they are ready for connectivity. Let the Minister answer, but your interpretation is different. Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just as you indicated, it's ready for traffic, but a few more things need to be done for connectivity to commence. And so I can only say that it will be done soon. I can't give a specific date because I still need to receive that information from the GIFIC to be able to give a specific date as to when it will be connected. They still need, the network operators still need to extend their connectivity to those areas. They need to be connected to the Network Operations Center. Power needs to be connected to the sites. There are a few more things that may be required to be done. So as soon as that's done, I'll notify you so that we go and do the commissioning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable members, you have your last supplementary.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. 18 are under phase 1, and out of 18, only 5 is at a point of marks have been constructed and at a point of connectivity, if I'll put it that way. May I find out from the Minister what is the state of the other communities?
Well, Minister, the other part of the answer gives an indication. He wants further explanation on it.
It says that lands have been acquired and ready for construction to commence in the following communities which are listed. So that's the stage that it has reached. Land acquisition and commencement of construction will be done shortly. The land has been acquired. Construction will commence shortly.
Actually, 16 more. So if you add the 5, it will be more than the 18. The communities that have been listed where the lands have been acquired and ready for construction to commence are 16. And so that is the stage. But honorable members, you know how to put pressure on ministers to get what you want from them. So don't just end up on only question time. Follow up. The ministers are our appointees. They are not only the appointees of the president. Because without our prior approval, the president can never appoint them as ministers. And so you have some authority for the ministers. And the ministers are happier when they have members coming to them and putting pressure on them, because that helps them to be able to also put across the case to the powerful authorities to release the monies for them to do their work, so that in future they can knock their chest and say, it was when I was minister that this was done in your constituency. So don't just end it here, follow up and make sure that these things are done. The next question is 525, stands in the name of the Honorable Member for Cape Coast North, Honorable Dr. Kwamina Menta Nyako. Honorable Member, you may ask your question now. Honorable members, we will flag that too, like we did for the other, and we move on to question 526, standing in the name of the Honorable Member for Saboba, Honorable Joseph Nikpe Bukari. Honorable Member, you may ask your question now.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for me to have the opportunity to ask the Minister for Communications and Digitalization what steps the ministry is taking to ensure that mobile network operators in Ghana serving the Saboba district prevent interruptions in network services by the mobile network operators in the Republic of Togo. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Cross-border interference is a long-standing issue that the NCA is in discussions with its counterparts across our borders to minimize this interference. The network operators as well, Mr. Speaker, Airtel Tigo has also commenced investigations into the specific case of Saboba, of interference of signals from operators in Togo. And based on the outcome of the investigations, they would also need to engage the National Communications Authority of Togo to help address the cross-border network interference issue. Airtel Tigo currently has 3 telecom sites in Saboba, Wepuli, and Zangbeli, and they plan to enhance their network coverage in some of the adjoining locations as well. So it is a problem that the operators and the regulator is aware of, and they are currently discussing with their counterparts in Togo to see how to minimize interference. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Member, any supplementary?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. She clearly indicates in the answer that Airtel Tigo have commenced investigation into the interferences. I want to find out from her whether there are any timelines as to when the investigations will be concluded and action taken.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, they haven't indicated when those investigations will be concluded and when they'll provide us with the information. As soon as I do, I'll notify the Honorable Member. Thank you.
Yes, any further supplementary?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The same way I would want her to tell me, she's saying that Airtel Tigo has 3 locations in Saboba district and plans to expand to other adjoining communities. I want to know whether there are timelines to the expansion and when action will be taken to ensure that the coverage is properly given to us.
Honorable Member, that cannot be supplementary to this question. You are asking a substantive question about expansion. Yes, but your question specifically is talking about the operators in Ghana having interruptions of their network service by mobile network operators in Togo. That is a substantive question. Now you talk about expansion to other addresses, and the expansion is not usually done in a vacuum. There might be specific communities and all those things so that she can respond directly to those issues. That's not a supplementary. So you are entitled to further supplementary.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm taking this from her answer. She's indicating that they have 3 sites in the district and they plan to increase the number of sites so that there can be quality services. I want to know from her when those sites will actually see the expansion of the services he's talking about. She has it in her answer.
Well, Honorable Minister, it says you have brought yourself. So could you clarify that for him?
Mr. Speaker, it's true. I opened that door, so I'll walk through it. Unfortunately, I don't have any information about the timelines for their expansion plans in your constituency. As soon as I do, I'll let you know. But kindly remind me so that I can continue to put pressure on them to expedite action on the work that they have told us that they are already doing in the Saboba area. Thank you.
So it's at the planning stage. It has not yet reached program stage. Before it goes to project, it's at the planning stage. Yes. Any further supplementary comment?
Right Honorable Speaker. In her answer, she is silent on other operators in the area. That is MTN. I want to know from her whether they also have plans in improving on their services in the area.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the question was specifically on cross-border interference. Airtel Tigo volunteered the information about their network expansion plans in that area. So we didn't specifically ask MTN or Vodafone about what their plans are. So maybe if you ask a specific question in that area, I can put it to them and then get their response for the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, but Minister, the question was actually directed to all mobile network operators in Ghana. So, yes, it was not specific, but it was, yes. So it's only Airtel Tigo that there's interference. MTN, there's no interference.
Those are the responses that we got back from them. So I'm aware that the NCA itself is investigating cross-border interference across all our borders. About the specific case of Saboba, Airtel Tigo indicated that they have noticed that interference on their network and are taking steps to investigate. None of the other operators provided us with that information. Thank you.
Yeah, honorable member, you can cross-check on it from MTN whether they also have interference. Yes, I'm sure I have your permission to move on. Because you have your last supplementary. Okay, I'll move on to the next question. Question number 527 stands in the name of the honorable member for Ningo Pram Pram, Honorable Samuel Nati George. It's your turn to ask your question now. Yes, so in his absence, we flag that question to be done later. We move on to question number 747, stands in the name of the honorable member for Wa East, Honorable Godfred Seydou Jessau.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Communications and Digitalization what plans are in place to improve the telephone network in the following areas in the Wa East constituency of the Upper West region. I, Kulum to Yara area, I, Duse to Chasia area, and I, Danyao Kura to Do area. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Kulun, Yala, and Dusie Chasia are included in the first phase of the Rural Telephony and Digital Inclusion Project. So they will be done before the first phase ends. Danyao Kura Du will be captured in phase 2 of the project. Mr. Speaker, may I kindly request all members with connectivity challenges in their constituencies to notify me and indicate what the challenges are. We will take steps to address them systematically in the next phase of the Rural Telephony and Digital Inclusion Project, finances permitting. The current phase covers 2,016 sites and is being financed with a loan facility of 115 million euros from the China Exim Bank. We hope to work with the Ministry of Finance to secure funding for the next phase of the project. Once we have an idea about the number of sites that need to be constructed to close the connectivity gaps around the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, supplementary.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I thank the Minister for the invitation to inform her office of other equally challenged areas. I just have one little question to add. What are the current challenges you are facing with the implementation of the phase 2? And when do you think connectivity will commence in those 2 areas?
Well, your supplementary doesn't arise from your original question, but the Minister herself in her answer just volunteered to invite members to notify her of those challenges you are facing in your various constituencies so that they could capture them in the next phase. That is her request. But since you want some more information on this, well, she's permitted to respond to your supplementary question. So she's coming to respond to you.
Mr. Speaker, as I indicated earlier, we are now in the process of identifying communities that will be included in phase 2 of the project. Drive tests are being conducted to identify the most appropriate technology to use for which area. So we're still in the preparatory phases of phase 2 of the project. We haven't started phase 2 yet because phase 1 is yet to be completed. And I indicated that we also need to secure funding for it. But how much funding we will actually need will depend on the number of communities that will be included in phase 2. And that exercise hasn't been concluded yet. So we will not know. And that's why I'm seeking your assistance, so that if you have challenges in your areas and you notify us, the technical people will go to the ground and conduct the drive test and indicate what we can do to assist with the connectivity challenges in the various communities to be identified. So we need your assistance to be able to also help you address those challenges that you know are existing in your communities. Even as GIFEC also does its own drive test to identify the communities that need to be included. It will help them target better and facilitate the early completion of the preparatory phases for phase 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. And Minister, thank you for the elaborate response. Your answer is in 2 phases. For my question, communities I and II, you say they come under phase 1, and then III comes under phase 2. So my initial supplementary question was actually for I and II. I just wanted to know if you have any challenges with the current phase 1, and when do you expect that to be complete? Thank you.
You see, we have at Order 67 some guides as to what type of question can be posed. You see, anticipation and other things are not usually permitted. She hasn't indicated that they are having any challenges of implementing the phase 1. And you are asking her what challenges they are having in this. But if you want your doubts to be clarified, the minister is available. I'll allow her. But we are under some guidelines by the standing order. So, Minister, he wants to know the challenges you are facing.
Mr. Speaker, I was just going to inform the honourable member that I'm not aware of any challenges with the phase 1 implementation in his constituency. And so I don't know of any as yet. I've not been informed of any challenges with the implementation of phase 1 in your community. Thank you.
Yes, your last supplementary question.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, if we read the answer carefully, the answer shows that there is phase 1 ongoing, and she's anticipating phase 2. So some of my communities have been captured in the ongoing phase 1. My simple question is to find out when that will be complete for my communities to be connected. Thank you respectfully, Right Honourable Speaker.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the work is ongoing. The phase 1 hasn't been completed as yet. I don't know when they will actually get to your communities, but by the time the first phase of the project ends, all the 2016 sites would have been constructed. They can't do it all at once, so they are rolling it out systematically, so they'll get there. Thank you.
Minority Chief Whip, I had earlier on indicated that constituency-specific questions will only be there for the members to ask supplementary, but being a leader, I can't deny you a bite. So, yes, you may ask.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not asking a question. I wanted to seek your leave and that of the House to permit our two colleagues who were earlier not in the chamber, who are now in the chamber, to ask the questions if that pleases you, Mr. Speaker. One of them was with the Public Accounts Committee and was asking a question. So he quickly finished and ran in. So if you could kindly permit them to ask. One is sponsor specific, which means that it's going to be a straightforward one. And the other one, I'm sure the minister's answer is also very brief. If you are minded.
How many members are in now?
The two of them.
How many?
Both of them are now in, and they are Honorable Angela and Honorable Sam George. So question 266, and then question number 527, Mr. Speaker.
Well, the House is still in session, so that is permitted. But, honorable members, after these two questions, I will suspend sitting and then we'll return at 2 to continue with the rest of the questions and also for 4 statements to be made on the floor today. So we go back to question number 266, which stands in the name of the honorable member for Afajato South, Honorable Mrs. Angela Oforuwa Alowute. Honorable member, you may ask your question.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Communications and Digitization when the following communities in the Afajato South constituency will be connected with telecommunication and internet connectivity. Tafi Agome, Tafi Mado, Tafi Abife, Tafi Atome, Bevetonu, Liati Wote, Liati Soba, Liati Dafonu, Leklebi Agbesian, Leklebi Fiafe, and Leklebi Dugan. Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, MTN Ghana has coverage in Tafi Atome and Leklebi Dugan. All the other communities have also been captured as part of Phase 2 of the Ghana Rural Telephony and Digital Inclusion Project, and connectivity drive tests will be conducted shortly.
Yes, any supplementary?
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, Leklebi Dugan was connected in 2015. Since then, that must stand as just for beauty. So if on her record they have connectivity, I have written several letters to her outfit to that effect. So this is just an appeal to you that Leklebi Dugan, no, the mast is there, it doesn't work. I've written to your office. This is the 4th time I have asked this question. So just for you to work on that one in the letter. Then the second community you mentioned, Atome.
Your intention is not to ask supplementary question. Your intention, as I can see, is to have a conversation with the minister. And that could be done outside the sitting of the House.
So my supplementary question is, Right Honorable Speaker, can she give us a time frame or the exact period or year that the next of the communities I mentioned will be catered for? Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Phase 2, as I indicated, is still in the preparatory phase. So I cannot give a timeline as to when the other communities will be connected. But work is currently ongoing to identify them and to prepare for the Phase 2 of the project. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Right Honourable Speaker. This is the 4th time the Honourable Minister is answering questions to this effect. We just hope that you will work on it because the answers remain the same. Thank you for coming.
Don't just be hoping. Work on it. Follow up and insist that it be done. If you just sit and stare and hope, Well, we always say that when there's life, there's hope. But when there's no life, and you are here representing a large team of constituents, so don't just hope. Continue to follow to make sure that it doesn't go to a fifth time. Yes, which other member is available? Honorable Samuel Nate George to ask question 527. It's your turn now.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Communications and Digitalization if the Ministry intends to comply with Article 1815 of the 1992 Constitution in the matter relating to the announced state acquisition of Airtel Tigo Ghana from its parent holding company, Bharti Airtel International Netherlands BV, and if so, when?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Ministry for Communications and Digitalization oversees the telecom ICT sector in full compliance with the laws of the land and will complete all legal and constitutional processes by the end of this meeting of Parliament for the acquisition of Airtel Tigo. Thank you.
Any supplementary?
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, Article 1815 of the 1992 Constitution that the question references, with your permission I read, says, this article shall, with the necessary modification by Parliament, apply to an international business or economic transaction to which the government is a party as it applies to a loan. The Minister in her response says the Ministry will comply with the laws of the land by the end of this meeting of Parliament. However, the Daily Graphic of November 3rd, 2021 cites the Minister as announcing government's complete takeover of the company. So I want to find out from the Minister, did the Daily Graphic quote her wrongly, or is she coming to Parliament to ratify the acquisition or sale of the company to government after she has completed the transaction? In line with 1815, it should have been before the transaction, not after the transaction. So I want clarity on that matter from the Minister.
Your supplementary is based on the assumption that the Daily Graphic quoted her for saying that government has. Is a quotation?
Very well, sir. Yes, Right Honorable Speaker.
Is that a quotation?
Yes. It is a quotation of the Minister that the Minister herself, in fact, I heard a news report where I heard the Minister's voice being played to that effect. And the Ministry has not, since November 2021, come out to dispute this position that government has acquired the 100% shares. So if the quotation is correct, I want to find out if she's complied with 1815 before the complete acquisition was done.
Yes, I just wanted to be sure that we are going beyond just reportage, but to specific quotation. Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the acquisition of telecommunications companies follows a process, and that process is ongoing. There are phases in that process, from the contract signing, regulatory approvals, and closing obligations that parties have to undertake, and then the legal and regulatory processes that have to be gone through. Contract is signed at a particular period, and that's what was announced. The other closing obligations are ongoing. And when we conclude all of that, part of it being, if on the advice of the Attorney General, that we need to comply with any provision of the law regarding the acquisition, it will be done in due course. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further supplementary?
Mr. Speaker, I am at some difficulty Bharti Airtel has announced on the Indian Stock Exchange on the 27th of October 2020 and on the 16th of April 2021 that they have completed their sale to the government of Ghana on the Indian Stock Exchange, that the sale of Airtel Tigo has been completed. Mr. Speaker, again, I quote a news reportage where the minister is quoted as saying government paid $1 for the acquisition of Airtel Tigo. And this is from UTV. And at the signing ceremony, this is what he said. Honorable Esla Owusu Ekufo signed on behalf of the government of Ghana, while Jatina Katerina Yunken van de Vreek, Timothy Pennington, Eric Nananipa, and Vish Ashiago signed on behalf of the seller entities. Mr. Speaker, there's been an offer, there's been an acceptance, a sale of the shares has been completed. The old shareholder has stated on the Indian Stock Exchange that they have disposed of their ownership of the company. At what point must the minister come to Parliament for approval to engage in such an international transaction?
Yes, Minister.
We are still in the closing obligation stage of this transaction. And so all the legal and constitutional processes will be completed on the advice of the Attorney General by the end of this meeting of Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable members, you see that Article 181 is specifically on loans. But 1815 says that the article, with the necessary modifications by Parliament, that modifications we have not yet done. Happily, we are all guided by decisions of the Supreme Court in this matter. We have also taken action, and we got consultants to submit to us a report with a draft bill on that issue. The bill is being worked on by our legislative drafting department and some members of Parliament who have to come by the rules as sponsors. We are likely to put that bill before the House this session for process and passage. And that is why we clarify at what time such international transactions or international business or economic transactions will get the approval of Parliament before they enter. But from the ministerial point of view, the processes involve some consensus ad idem of the parties before they come to Parliament for the approval. Whatever they do, without the final approval of Parliament, as you know, is of no essence. It's null and void. The minister is a lawyer of great repute, and you are simply drawing her attention to it. And so, once she's giving us a word, we'll go by it. But this is not to stop you from asking further supplementary, just to clarify the situation. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful for the clarification and education you have just given to us. So I will not even go on that tangent. But from the minister's last response, she indicated that she's awaiting the advice of the Attorney General. On whose advice did she enter into the initial signing process? Because she's admitted that the reportage that she has signed some initial contract or some initial agreement with Bharti Airtel exists. On whose advice did she do that, since she's still waiting for the Attorney General's advice on this transaction? Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
The Attorney General is the government's legal advisor. So all legal transactions and contracts are entered into with the Attorney General's advice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
With this, honorable members, I hope the Minister of Finance is here. If he's not here, at least one of his deputies is present. Please, Parliament doesn't deal with entities that enter into agreement with government. We deal with government. And so when you enter into those agreements with private sector or whatever, we will depend on your communication and the document that you will attach to the communication as the authentic documents for our attention. I know why I'm saying this. And so, Minister of Finance, kindly take note. We have given you a number of promptings to write officially to us, attaching agreements that the minister has entered into with various agencies for us to work on. As of today, after 1 year, it's not been done. And we cannot depend on documents from those agencies as authentic documents to work with. This is notice to Minister of Finance. Personally, I have called the ministry a number of times, and we are not getting the necessary responses from them. Please, take these things seriously. The judgment debts are becoming too many for the country, and we will not want to be part of it. I will not work on any document that is not originating from government source. I know the legal implications, and I will not risk that. I don't want to leave this seat after that to be called to any agency to be investigated because of something. No. With this, honorable members, I think that the House will have to be suspended. That is sitting being suspended till 2, where we'll come back to continue with the rest of the business. Honorable members, I indicated we'll come back at 2 p.m. and I mean we'll come back at 2 p.m. The House is suspended.
continuing with the questions. The Minister for Roads and Highways may take his seat now.
Right, Honorable Speaker. We finished with the questions on communication. We are now left with the questions on roads and highways. So if we wish to invite Honorable Minister for Roads and Highways. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, please, we will continue. Question number 325 is in the name of the Honorable Member for Timpani, Ms. Lydia Lamisi Akambareba, Timpani. Very well, I'll proceed. Yes, Honorable Available Leader.
Right Honorable Speaker, with your indulgence, I can ask the question on behalf of my colleague.
I just observed, Mr. Speaker, rule that if the President hasn't granted you permission, we'll defer. If she comes in the course of the proceedings, we'll allow her. So I'll proceed to the Honourable Member for Karachi East. Mr. Wisdom Gudisu, you may ask question 332.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when feeder roads will be constructed to link the following communities in Karachi's constituency. 1. Afunyira, Abukofe, Kanakwe, Kotobrija, Dabosukofe, Ulugu, Alamblo, Inchini, Udumase, Adokofe, and Kudokofe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister. Question 332.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the 10 communities mentioned under this question are fishing and farming settlements along the banks of the Volta Lake in the Karachi East municipality of the Oti region. The accesses leading to this settlement are farm tracts which have not been identified and captured on the Department of Federal Road database. Currently, Mr. Speaker, there is no program for the construction of accesses to these 10 communities. However, Mr. Speaker, the future program is that engineering studies will be conducted on the roads during the first quarter of 2022 to determine the type of intervention to be carried out on these accesses. Mr. Speaker, implementation of the interventions will be considered under the 2023 budget, subject to availability of funds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the Minister's answer, all the communities mentioned are fishing and farming settlements along the Volta Lake of the Oti region. Mr. Speaker, the fish, the yam, the maize, etc. are also our cocoa in Karachi's constituency. Would the Minister consider capturing these routes under the cocoa road program in course of this engineering studies? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think that is a reasonable request from my honourable friend, and that will be considered. That is why I said that it's not in the database now, but
going forward, by the close of 2022, it will be considered for action to be taken in our 2023 budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are in the mid of February. The first quarter is almost ending. When the engineering studies commence on these rules, Mr. Speaker? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, giving consideration to roads could take a minimum period of even 1 week. And if I indicate that action will be taken during the quarter, we still have almost 1.5 months to go to end the quarter. So, Mr. Speaker, we are still within the validity period of the quarter. So, my learned friends should not be worried about it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask my honorable friend minister what assurance, whether he's giving this house assurance, for that matter, our people, Krashi, is that the 2023 budget, these rules will be captured. Thank you. 2023, as indicated in the answer. Assurance from you. Yeah.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I did give that assurance even in my original answer, but there was a caveat there as a depending upon availability of funds, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Very well. We'll proceed to question number 366. Honourable Member for Domia Bra, Ubom. Yes, Honourable Sophia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to ask the Honorable Minister for Roads and Highways what steps the ministry is taking to bring contractors back to site to construct the following roads: Kweku Pamfo Obo Ashalaja Road, Kweku Pamfo Obom Esinyako Road, Kweku Pamfo Adaukwa Road, Konko Lebene Kojo Ashon Road. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Kweku Pamfo to Obo to Ashalaga Road is identified on the Department of Federal Road database as Kweku Pamfo to Hobo to Nsobri Federal Road. It is 11-kilometer bituminous surface road in fair condition, and it is located in the Gansouth municipality of the Greater Accra region. Mr. Speaker, currently there is no program on the road, but the future program is that engineering assessment of the maintenance needs of the road has been conducted. The scope of maintenance works to be carried out on the road will include pothole patching, edge repairs, drainage works at certain sections, and full resealing of the road. The execution of these works will be considered under Department of Federal Roads 2023 budget. 2. Kweku Pamfo to Obom to Kwasi-Nyaku Federal Road. Just because the background to this road is that it's a feeder road measuring 14.20 kilometers and is also located in the South District of the Greater Accra region.
It is a gravel road in poor condition. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the contract for the upgrading to bituminous surface of this feeder road was awarded on 9th April 2018. The project commenced on 18th May 2018 for completion on 17th July 2019. Work executed to date is estimated at 7% physical completion. The contractor has abandoned the site. Department of Feeder Roads has issued the necessary warning letters to the contractor to resume work, but to no avail. Mr. Speaker, the future program is that the contractual procedures are being taken to terminate the contract for non-performance. 2. Kwaku Pamfo to Adawukwa Feeder Road, measuring 7.2 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, this road is identified on the Department of Feeder Road database as Kwaku Pamfo to Adawukwa Feeder Road. It is located in the South District of the Greater Accra region, and it is a gravel road in poor surface condition. And currently, Mr. Speaker, there is no program on the road. But the future consideration is that engineering design studies will be conducted on this road for upgrading at the second quarter of this year, 2022. The execution of the required intervention will, however, be considered under the 2023 budget. 3. Konkon to Lebene to Kojo Ashon Road. This is a feeder road measuring 7.20 kilometers and is also located in the South District of Greater Accra region, and it is a bituminous surface road in good surface condition. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the road was awarded together as a contract package with other roads under the contract title, and I quote, bitumen surfacing of Ingreshi to Amanfrom or Ingreshi Amanfrom and other feeder roads, and Abe Hinasi to Kojo Ashon to Konkon feeder roads, altogether measuring 24.5 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, the Konkon, the Beni to Kojo Ashon road, measuring 7.2 kilometers, formed part of the Abe Hinasi to Kojo Ashon Konkon road, also measuring 14.50 kilometers. Works have been executed up to primary sea level. The final sealing will be executed after completion of additional drainage structures. Work executed to date is projected at 75% physical completion. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister is telling this August House that the Koku Pamfo Kwesinyaku Road was awarded in 2018, and it was supposed to be completed in 2019, yet work done is only 7%. And the Minister is telling this House that he has now issued letters to the contractor. I want to find out from the Minister why this delay. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, obviously, there may appear to be a delay because we don't just rush to terminate road contracts, because there could be a number of reasons why
execution of a project could be delayed. And don't forget, contracts are between the employer, which is government, and the contractor. The contractor may not have the capacity at a particular time. The contractor could run into problems. There could be delays in payments on behalf of the employer and so on. So at times, yes, on the face of the contract, there could be a delay, but we monitor events and try to make sure that we resolve some issues that crop up, if possible, because it's always better and faster, and in fact, you even save time to resolve such contractual issues than just rushing to terminate contracts. Because once you terminate a contract, you have to perhaps go round to take fresh inventory of the project, and it could directly affect the scope of the project. And once it affects the scope of the project, you have to come out with fresh estimates and fresh awards. And going through the entire procurement process again takes time. So at times we have to consider, trying to resolve the problem to bring the contractor back, as against outright termination. And it might have applied in this case. But when we are convinced that nothing could be done about bringing the contractor back, then we will have no choice other than to terminate the contract to make sure that we give the project a fresh start. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, can the minister tell us the exact period he is considering the contractor to come back to SAC or terminate the contract? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I did say, once the termination letter has been issued, it means that the department can go ahead to repackage the project and then to go through the necessary procurement processes. And maximum 6 weeks, that should be done. So let us give ourselves any moment from 6 weeks from now to get another contractor. In this case, we will make sure we get a more competent contractor to undertake the job. So about 6 weeks from now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You have one more opportunity if you wish to use it.
Mr. Speaker, the minister is telling this August House that Konko Lebende Kojo Assurance Road will be captured in the 2023 budget. I'd like to find out from the minister what steps the ministry is taking to make the road motorable until 2023.
That's actually a new question. Your question must come from his answer. So you may want to file another question, but this certainly does not emanate from the answers he gave to your answer. So can you ask another one? If you don't have another question, I'll move on. Yes, Honorable Leader.
Speaker, I want to help the Honorable Sophia to ask the Minister for Road
what happens to those mentioned roads until it is re-awarded in 2023? What should be the expectations of the people in that area? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is a standing policy in the ministry. Every single road lying everywhere in this country, every road that forms part of the almost 80,000 kilometers of the total road network of our country requires an attention. So if it's not being worked on directly, it comes under our maintenance program, under the agency, whether Ghana Highway Authority or Department of Federal Roads or Department of Urban Roads. We have got separate maintenance programs. So I want to assure you that until we re-award that project, it will benefit from the already programmed maintenance works of the ministry, so that the road will be more traveled. I thank you.
Question number 367. The name of the honorable member for Wenchi. Sir Saidu Haruna. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways the cause of delay in the completion of Wanchi Township Road, which were vigorously commenced in the wake of 2020 general election. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Wanchi is the capital of Wanchi Municipal of the Bono region. The Department of Urban Roads has 3 projects within the municipality, titled as follows. 1, upgrading of Wanchi SHS, Akontantum, Kamu, and Vigrosam roads, all measuring 4.95 kilometers. 2, rehabilitation of selected roads in Wanchi, measuring 3 kilometers. And 3, rehabilitation of the Wanchi Road Phase 2, also measuring 3 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, currently, starting with the first lot, the first project, that is upgrading of Wanchi SHS, Akontantum, Kamu, and Vigrosan roads in Wanchi. The project commenced on 18th December 2018 for completion on 17th December 2020. Progress of work to date is 65% physical completion. The contractor vacated site on several occasions and warning letters were issued. The contractor was expected to mobilize back to site to complete all outstanding works by end of third quarter of 2021. The Speaker, work done to date include 2,423 meters of curbs, 5,707 meters long concrete U-drains of various sizes, 66 meters long storm drain, 1 number 1.2 meter diameter pad culvert, 2 number box culverts of various sizes, and 4.47 kilometers of roadworks. That is
dealing with sub-base, primary seal, and seal. Mr. Speaker, the contractor has since not returned to site. Department of Urban Growth has therefore issued the first and second warning letters and has made a recommendation to the Regional Coordinating Council for approval to terminate the contract. 2. That is the second lot. Rehabilitation of selected roads in Wenchi, totaling 3 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, the project commenced on 11th October 2016 for completion on 10th December 2017, which was later revised to 4th May 2018. Progress to date is 58% physical completion. The contractor vacated site on several occasions and warning letters were issued. The contractor was expected to mobilize back to site to complete all outstanding works by end of third quarter of 2021. Well done to date, Mr. Speaker, include 2,062 meters long concrete U-drains of various sizes, 2.28 kilometers of roadworks touching sub-base, base and primary seal, and 1.56 kilometers of roadworks. That is up to the sea level. The future program is that, Mr. Speaker, the contractor has since not returned to site. Therefore, Department of Urban Roads has issued the first and second warning letters and has made a recommendation to the Regional Coordinating Council for approval to terminate the contract. The third lot, dealing with rehabilitation of another group of selected roads in Wenchi, forming phase 3 and totaling 3 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, this project commenced on 7th October 2016 for completion on 6th November 2017, which was later revised to 30th December 2020. Progress to date is 84% physical completion. The contractor vacated site also on several occasions and warning letters were issued. The contractor was expected to mobilize back to site to complete all outstanding works by end of third quarter of 2021. Mr. Speaker, well done to date include 853 meters of curb works, 3,483 meters long concrete U-drains of various sizes, 296 meter long trapezoidal drains, and 6 number 1.2 meter diameter pipe culverts, 3.34 kilometers of sub-base, 2.47 kilometers of roadworks, that is touching base and is also primary seal, and 1.36 kilometers of seal works. The contractor has since not returned to site. Department of Urban Roads has therefore issued the first and second warning letters and has made a recommendation to the Regional Coordinating Council for approval to terminate the contract. Touching on Wenchi Township Road measuring 10.7 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, in addition, the Department of Federal Roads is undertaking the following 2 projects in Wenchi Town. 1. Wenchi Town Roads, Phase 1, and the length is 5.70 kilometers. And then Wenchi Town Road, Phase 2, covering 5 kilometers, for a total of 10.7 kilometers town roads. Currently, Mr. Speaker, under the Phase 1, the contract for the bitumen surfacing of the Phase 1 road was scheduled to commence on 3rd September 2020 for completion on 2nd September 2021. To date, the contractor has failed to commence work. Consequently, the Department of Federal Roads intends to initiate the necessary contractual process to terminate the contract and repackage for award. The future program is that upon termination of this contract, the project will be repackaged for re-award. Phase 2. Mr. Speaker, the contract for the Phase 2 was scheduled to commence on 3rd September 2020 for completion on 2nd September 2021. To date, the contractor has failed to commence work. Consequently, Mr. Speaker, the Department of Federal Roads intends to initiate the necessary contractual process to terminate the contract and repackage for award. The future program is that upon termination of this contract, the project will be repackaged and re-awarded. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member Fowenchi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From the Minister's answer, you realize that all the three phases that you talk about, the contractors abandoned the site. I want to find out from the Minister if there is any specific reason why they left the site, and you said you served them first and second warning letter. Yes, still, they are not back to site. I want to find out any specific reason for their refusal to return to site. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's unambiguously clear in my answer. The contractors did not even abandon site. They did not even commence work at all. They didn't even report to site, let alone abandoning it. And this clearly shows how a lot of people want to enter into road construction unprepared, without any capacity. They come in for whatever means, they register their companies, register with the ministry, and of course, as Ghanaians, it is everybody's inalienable right to enter into road construction if the person so wishes. They come in and they don't have what it takes to do road construction. So they come in for all kinds of intentions. Some perhaps come in, and we hear of them all the time. They hold the contract under their armpit, going round, trying to find buyers. This is a clear example of that. He put in his bid, he won the contract, the project was awarded, but he couldn't even go to site to commence work. That's why we are now also taking steps to terminate the contract. And that is why my ministry is currently going through a process of reclassification. And reclassification is nothing but to do away with all those who do not have what it takes to enter into road construction. Because road construction is not a joke. And from now onwards, no matter how determined anybody is and how anxious anybody wants to be a contractor, if you don't have what it takes to be a contractor, we will not allow you to enter into that area. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I think the first time in the history of Wanchi that we're experiencing flood in some areas. You go to Zongo area, Guadan Electra area. The first time in the history that we're experiencing flood in these areas due to these uncompleted roads. Very soon we are going to enter rainy season. Can the minister assure us that this contractor will be back to site to make those corrections, especially the direction of the drainage system, which is creating the flood in these areas that I mentioned? Can you assure us how soon will they go back to start work to avoid this reoccurrence, since very soon we are entering the rainy season? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, assurance is hereby given, subject to availability of funds. Now, as we strive to get more revenue through the e-levy, all the contractors will be motivated to go back to site. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are you done? Very well. Where do you come in at Wenchi? This is Wenchi matter. I am more interested in Wenchi than you are. Yes, what do you want to say?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the minister in his response to the abandonment of projects, he said that some of these contractors will be awarded the contracts, yet they don't have the capacity to exit projects. And they'll put the contracts in their armpit and be going around looking for people to. My question is, on what basis do you award such contracts to them? Because my understanding is that before a contract is awarded to a contractor, that contractor would have tendered for that contract and would have supported the tendering documents with evidences showing that he has the capacity to execute the project. Is it a question of failure to do due diligence for the purposes of awarding same, or what is the reason? Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is a very, very, very fair question. But I want to assure this honorable House that my ministry and all the agencies have always been taking their work very seriously, and proper due diligence was done in all cases. But this was a situation where a potential applicant will put in a bid. He has registered the company. He has won the contract. He will be able to provide performance-bound everything. And he will be able to provide a list of equipment that he holds. So he had gone through all the processes and all the qualifications. This is why now we are going a step further, and with the ongoing reclassification exercise. Now, if you tell us I own A, B, C, D equipment, the classification committee, the current classification committee, there is a representative from DVLE. They will go further to certify that the equipment are truly owned by you. So they will not just be seen and taking your word that they are your equipment. If you indicate that these are my personnel helping me to execute the work, Mr. A is my engineer, Mr. B is my surveyor, and so on, we will go further to ensure that you have really engaged them. So now the qualification process is quite steep to go through. We do all this because we want to now avoid a situation where people will come and present information to us that may not truly represent what is on the ground. So, Mr. Speaker, it does not mean that previously, either during our time or perhaps during the previous regime, because some of these people who couldn't even go to site span from over 10, 15 years. That is why we have taken the step now to do proper work in assessing people. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. I'll proceed to question number 368. Honourable member from MFU West. Sir Gaff. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways the respective locations of the 4,000 kilometers of roads constructed during the period 2017 to May 2021. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yes, Honourable Minister.
You see, once I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Roads and Highways, through its agency and departments, that is the Ghana Highway Authority, Department of Urban Roads and Department of Federal Roads, undertake various interventions, including routine maintenance, periodic maintenance, minor improvement, and so on our trunk, urban, and feeder road networks, respectively. Mr. Speaker, in order to provide an accurate response to the honourable member's question, it would be appreciated if the member provides the ministry with the source of this information, that is 4,000 kilometers of roads were constructed during the period 2017 to May 2021. Mr. Speaker, additionally, the type of intervention that is of interest to the honourable member must also be made clear to us to facilitate the provision of the information. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me thank the Minister too for a quick answer. And I'm more interested in the condition that he has given to me before he can answer the question, as I just quoted now. Mr. Speaker, let me remind the Minister that this question is from his own releases at a press conference with the Minister of Information on May 23rd, 2021 at 3:43, reported by graphic.com.gh. I've given the source. So, having given the source and fulfilled the condition for you to answer the question, I want to ask again, has the ministry constructed 4,000 kilometers of roads
within the time frame or time under consideration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have clearly answered that question, that we have undertaken of road works, road construction between the period being asked of 2017 to 2021. According to you, it came out of my press conference, and you are not quoting from my original sheet. You are quoting from what was reported in the graphic. I'm coming. Wait. So I do not know what exactly was reported in that paper, and I'm not privy to that information. But I can tell you that if you trace my original sheet, and I can go back to trace my original sheet, everything that was on my original sheet was appropriate. If you ask me about the lengths of various roads that have been constructed, or whatever has been done from 2017, okay, whether surface dressing, whether resealing, whether asphalt overlays, whether bridges, whether interchanges, as were carried in my press briefing, I will be able to give a direct answer and to provide a prima facie to it.
Are you suggesting that the basis of this question is different from the information you put out? Is that
no, Mr. Speaker? I am not saying so, but he is referring to a reportage carried out in the newspaper. And I am saying that then I have to cross-check, since it's not coming from my original sheet. It's a reported thing, and perhaps it depends upon how it was reported. I might have listed a lot of road projects that have been undertaken. Reporters can perhaps do their own report, but I am saying that whatever message was transmitted to the good people of this country, represents the actual. Mr. Speaker,
do I recall that you placed on this table, in an answer to a question like this, you submitted the list of all the work done on the floor of this House. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that was some time ago. It depends upon the particular press conference, because I have done that a few times. Mr. Speaker, what I can do, what I can do is that if reference, or if I'm giving the particulars of what is being referred to, that particular press conference, then I will be able to even lay the original script on the floor of Parliament. But all that I am saying is that for road construction, whether you are referring to routine works, whether you are referring to periodic works, or whether you are referring to developmental works, or the total of it, no, I wouldn't know. But if I am told a specific one, I will be able to provide the answer to this honorable house. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, once again. Mr. Speaker, the question I posed is very simple. So I don't need a lot of answers to this. I asked that. You said you wanted a source. Are you telling Ghanaians that this graphic.com.gh misreported you, or what? Or did you say it at the press conference that
Honorable, what he's saying is
4,000 kilometers of roads?
Honorable, what he's saying is that point him to his original script, not a reportage. Do you have a copy of the original script?
I have it here. I have. It's here.
What you have is a
reportage. I can tell that. Yes.
What you have is a reportage.
Okay.
Do you have a copy of the script?
How can you have a copy of it?
Mr. Speaker, let me quote one of the paragraphs so that you'll be abreast with what I'm saying. The minister also stated that between 2017 and 2020, the government had constructed 4,000 kilometers of roads in the country. I'm saying that, did you state this? In your press release, did you state this? I want to know. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister. Did you say how much? 4,000 or 20,000?
Mr. Speaker, what I am saying is simple and straightforward. I am saying that if you like, give me the date of the presentation. I will present the original script that I presented to the country. What might have been reported by various papers, I cannot speak to that, but I'm saying that I will be in a position to lay on the floor of this house the original script that I presented to the people of this country. As simple as that. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. The date, May 23rd, 2021, at 3:43 p.m. Thank you.
Was that a question or a comment? I'm not clear. But your last one, was that a question or a comment?
I should repeat the date. 23rd May 2021. 23rd May 2021. Thank you. Time is 3:43 p.m.
What happened? You say what happened. Say what the man said.
Okay. Again. The minister also stated that between 2017 to 2020, the government had constructed about 4,000 kilometers of roads in the country. Go and check. Thank you.
Yes.
So, Mr. Speaker, if I understood the minister correctly, this is a quote from the graphic, and he wants a direct quote from it. But I'm not interested in that. The Minister of Roads, who has worked from 2017 to today, should be able to tell us how many kilometers of road he has constructed. Can the minister tell us?
Yes, Honorable Minister. This is no problem at all. The data is there. Come up with a question and I will answer it. Come up with a question and I will answer it. And I can tell you that between 2017 and now 2021, roadworks undertaken by President Akufo-Addo's government in this country is unparalleled in our nation. And come out with it. I will come with the information. I will come with the information. I will come with the statistics, and don't even limit it to the roads. Limit it to all other aspects and activities of the road infrastructure. Bring in the asphalt overlays, bring in the bridges, bring in the interchange.
Honorable Minister, when can you put that information on the table? When will you bring that information and put it on the table?
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at any time, whether or night, at any time, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, at any time that a question is put, and honorable and the speaker admits it, that information will be provided. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister, I am directing that put that information on the table on Friday. That brings us to the end of question time. Thank you for attending upon the House to answer the questions. Honorable Minister, you are discharged. Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I may have to indulge you for our Honorable Lydia Lamisi, the member for Timpani. I came into the chamber with her when we were struggling to get the lift. And probably, Mr. Speaker, in the sequence of events, I'm sure she did not get opportunity to ask question number 325. I do not know whether you oblige us. She's in here. If you don't mind, you can restrict the follow-up to just one, even though I'm yet to engage her. If the minister has the answer to question number 325, Mr. Speaker, so that you allow her just one additional follow-up before you excuse the minister. If it pleases you, Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Very well. Honourable Member, kindly ask your question. You've been saved by the bell. I nearly discharged the minister. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways, when works on Y Junction to Tubong Road will be completed? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Y Junction to Tubong Road forms part of the Galu, Timpani to Tubong to Uleyanga Feeder Road, which is 23 kilometers long. Mr. Speaker, this is an inter-district engineered feeder road stretching from Galu in the Galu district through Timpani to Uleyanga in the Timpani district of the Upper East region. The road has partly earth and partly gravel sections and in fair conditions. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the contract for the spot improvement of this feeder road commenced on 19 June 2018 and was expected to be completed on 18 June 2019, but was extended to 18 December 2020. Works completed to date is estimated at 56% physical completion. The works executed are as follows: 23 kilometers of vegetation clearing, 13 kilometers of formation, 7,551 meters of 600 millimeter diameter concrete U-drains, 13 number of 1/900 millimeter diameter pipe covers, 1 number of 2/900 millimeter diameter pipe covered, and 1 number of 1/1200 millimeter diameter pipe covers. Mr. Speaker, the contractor abandoned the site in May 2021, and warning letters were issued to him to resume work. The contractor has failed to reactivate the site. Therefore, the Department of Federal Road is initiating the contractual procedure to terminate the contract and repackage for award by the end of the third quarter of 2022. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Minister, from the answer, the road was awarded in 2018. We are in 2022. It has taken such a long time for a road of 23 kilometers to be completed. Notwithstanding the bad neighbors in the corner.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 56% of work has been done, and it's regrettable that it's not brought to completion. And I know the difficulty this may pose to the people of this area, Garu, Timpani. So we shall speed it up. And as you said, because of the impending rainfall, we shall speed it up to make sure we progress very fast on this project. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. That brings us to the end of question time. Honorable Minister, thank you for attending upon the House to answer questions. You're discharged. Yes, honorable members. Yes, leader.
Speaker, as was earlier agreed, there were a number of statements that your good self had admitted. One was commemorative, and we had come to an agreement that it should be delivered by my good friend, the ranking member for health. And there's another one which was deferred, actually. To be fair to Honorable Ablakwa, it should have been delivered earlier, but it was deferred upon the request that the Minister for Labour, Employment and Labour Relations will be present before it's delivered. And Speaker, my humble self also have one to be delivered. I'm just told by the leader that there is one also standing in the name of the Honorable Minority Leader, and it's also quite urgent because of a shooting incident that occurred in his constituency. So, Speaker, we will be in your hands in terms of the number.
So far, you have specifically identified one, which was deferred from last week. Is there one as a commemorative statement in respect of what?
There's a one commemorative is on childhood cancer. Childhood cancer. Yes, to be delivered by the Honorable Akando. And mine is on renewable energy.
Sorry, I don't appear to have the one on childhood cancer. Yes, leader.
Speaker, I had to pray
and indulge the Speaker to accommodate me to make a statement on the shooting incident in Tamale. And I'll plead because as I speak, the town is boiling. And if we don't calm nerves and law and order breaks down, we all...
I don't have a problem. I just want us to agree on which ones. So I pull them out of the lot. And then
So
I
we
pack
can do that one.
So I found the one on childhood
cancer. And the
cancer.
unemployment one. The childhood cancer can be done tomorrow. Then renewable energy, he can decide.
The e-cancer one has also awaited quite some time from last
Yeah,
week.
but Mr.
So we'll
Speaker,
take that one. And then I've seen the one which is on the shooting incident in Tamale. Is that the one you're referring
yes,
to?
yes.
Yes. And then leader, which one did you say you have?
My is on renewable, and the Speaker admitted it. I have a copy here. It was admitted.
So, honourable members, 4 statements will be read and discussed. Thank you.
Speaker, we could just limit the number of contributors. I'm sure we can take that.
Very well. We will start with the statement by the honourable member for North Tong, Honourable Sambo Kujeto. You may read your statement.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I'm absolutely indebted to you for this opportunity to make a statement on what is undoubtedly Ghana's most pressing and intractable crisis, youth unemployment. Mr. Speaker, the 2021 Population and Housing Census conducted by the Ghana Statistical Service did not only reveal that Ghana's population has increased from 24,658,823 in 2010 to 30,832,019 in 2021. It also reveals rather depressingly that the unemployment rate has almost tripled in about a decade. The census indicates that more than 1.55 million people, or 13.4% of Ghana's economically active population, are out of work. This compares, Mr. Speaker, to a jobless rate of 5.3% in the 2010 census. Mr. Speaker, according to the 2021 census, the unemployment figure gets even more precarious when data is analyzed for the 15 to 24 years category. Unemployment for that age bracket jumps to a staggering 32.8%. Mr. Speaker, as the unemployment situation worsens, we seem also to be running out of time. Paragraph 33 of the 2022 Budget Statement and Economic Policy of Government, which was presented to this House on 17 November 2021 by the Honourable Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta, projects that by 2024, 6 million young Ghanaians will join the labour force, while 9 million jobs in Ghana will require digital skills by 2030. Mr. Speaker, if anyone was tempted to downplay or underestimate the enormity of this national crisis, which threatens the very stability and viability of our nation state, the heart-wrenching spectacle of long, arduous, seemingly unending queues by prospective applicants seeking recruitment into our security services only a few months ago at various regional capitals must settle the matter. Preceding these recent meandering and seemingly unending and acutely distressing queues was a harrowing stampede which left many young job seekers injured on the 10th of September 2021 at the Accra International Conference Center, when the Youth Employment Agency organized a job fair. The Speaker, blood gushed out as many were ready to risk their lives by breaking through glass doors, scenes that must awaken the conscience of national leadership. The Speaker, according to a World Bank report on Ghana's youth unemployment situation released on September 29, 2020, the World Bank estimates that Ghana is faced with at least 12% youth unemployment and more than 50% underemployment, both higher than overall unemployment rates in sub-Saharan African countries. There are a number of additional credible reports that highlight the gravity of the challenge confronting us. A Ghana Center for Democratic Development, CDD, Ghana 2020 post-election survey conducted from May 23 to June 3, 2021, revealed that 57% of Ghanaians consider unemployment as the most important issue requiring government's policy priority. Another report from Child Rights International has shown that a majority, 55%, of children in Ghana dream of migrating to other parts of the world in the next 20 years in search of greener pastures. The research, which was conducted between June 2020 and April 2021, it had 11,288 children aged between 12 and 17 from all 16 regions taking part in the survey. Mr. Speaker, the Child Rights International survey does not surprise me, as I have personally traveled to the shores of Europe to witness at first hand and engage with survivors at the height of the migrant crisis in 2018, where young Africans, including women and children, traversed the dangerous, tortuous, and perilous Sahara Desert and Mediterranean Sea. Mr. Speaker, as the people's elected representatives, this is a grim reality that stares us in the face, and we all know it. There is not a single day without an avalanche of requests from anxious constituents and other desperate young Ghanaians about helping them find jobs. Most of the personal stories leave you totally downcast. Some recount how they have been home after graduating with honors for as long as 4 or 5 or 6 years. Others speak of how they have been compelled to pursue further higher education, including multiple masters and PhDs, to enable them get occupied academically, as they seek to acquire better qualifications to beat the competition. And yet, often, that appears also not to be a saving grace. A few days ago, Mr. Speaker, I encountered a deeply troubling example of a PhD student willing to conceal his master's degree and PhD student status as he sought assistance for an immigration job which requires only a first degree. Stories such as this break you down, Mr. Speaker, makes you crestfallen and leaves one wondering just how much time we have before an explosion. Mr. Speaker, it would not be an exaggeration to surmise that the long queues we have seen across regional capitals for recruitment into the security agencies, if put together, in addition to all Ghanaians in search of employment outside security establishments, they would most likely form a queue from Parliament House, Accra, all the way to Techiman. Mr. Speaker, the desperate queues we have witnessed, and I made it a point to observe keenly the queues from the Elwa Sports Stadium through the Lands Commission and via the Ghana International School all the way to the Togo Embassy roundabout. These queues give rise to fundamental concerns. These archaic methods of recruitment, where the youth are put at the mercy of the vagaries of all kinds of weather conditions, do not protect the dignity and health of these young Ghanaians. The era of digitalization must reflect a new recruitment approach. Mr. Speaker, the other fundamental concern is the unconscionable practice of selling forms to prospective job seekers by the security services and other public sector departments. I hold a firm view that this practice, which cuts across governments, cannot be allowed to continue. It creates a terrible impression that those in authority are determined to make financial gain for institutions they run at the expense of already emaciated unemployed youth, most of whom have been home earning nothing for more than 3 years. A free online recruitment process is the least we can do, Mr. Speaker, for our young people. Then, Mr. Speaker, there is the other fundamental concern about a growing perception of so-called protocol recruitments. It appears who you know and who knows you are dominating the job search narrative. A transparent, credible, meritocratic, and orderly recruitment system must be urgently erected to restore confidence and begin to address the waning patriotism amongst the Ghanaian youth. Mr. Speaker, all security experts are ad idem and have indeed loudly cautioned about the major national security threats that our current youth unemployment conditions pose to our nation. We do know it was this threat that led the President Kufuor administration to launch the National Youth Employment Program in 2006. The Mills Mahama era consolidated this with the Ghana Youth Employment and Entrepreneurial Development Agency in 2012, and later the Youth Employment Agency by passing the Youth Employment Agency Act 2015 Act 887. Under President Akufo-Addo, the Nation Builders Corps was created with beneficial 3-year engagement contract, which appears, Mr. Speaker, to have, despite some mixed signals from officials. Mr. Speaker, what is clear is that all these measures were intended to be a stopgap intervention to address an emergency, employment crisis, as more sustainable policies are pursued to deliver more permanent and decent. With a year estimating, and that's the Youth Employment Agency, estimating that of the 100,000 graduates leaving our tertiary institutions every year, only some 10% of that figure find jobs. It is obvious that all the unemployment schemes by successive governments in the Fourth Republic, though useful interventions, they have been most inadequate. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's unemployment crisis has been further worsened by the impact of COVID-19, which led to an economic recession. Results from a COVID-19 business tracker survey conducted by the Ghana Statistical Service in collaboration with the United Nations Development Programme and the World Bank show that about 770,000 workers, that is 25.7% of the total workforce, had their wages reduced, and about 42,000 employees were laid off during the country's COVID-19 partial lockdown. The pandemic also led to reduction in working hours for close to 700,000 workers. Mr. Speaker, the survey was carried out between May 26 and June 17, 2020 across the country to assess how the novel coronavirus has impacted private businesses. Some 4,311 firms were interviewed. As we are all well aware, a full recovery is not yet upon us. The global cliche is to build back better. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is in urgent need of a Marshall Plan to arrest the unemployment conundrum. A business-as-usual approach will only extend the scary queues and bring much closer the day of Armageddon. This is the time to question traditional notions with vigorous creative thinking. How can we accept that the public sector is choked when there are over 400,000 vacancies from the security services, education, health, sanitation, civil service, local government, and so on and so forth? How many times have we not visited numerous schools in our constituencies, lacking professional teachers? See how many communities are in search of doctors, specialists, and what have you. For instance, Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, Northtown, we are in search of a pediatrician, since the only one we had was promoted to become the Keta District Hospital, Municipal Hospital head. The Volta region, for example, has only one ophthalmologist. This is just to highlight a few of the unacceptable shortages. MMDAs across the country report of massive vacancies from agric extension officers, procurement specialists, IT professionals, lawyers, and many more. Mr. Speaker, it is clear to me that the issue is really about our inability to grow and transform the Ghanaian economy, which is capable of employing the right numbers we need in the public sector. We must be honest and willing to admit that and be ready to carry out the hard work and dynamic vision required to change our economic fortunes. We sincerely, Mr. Speaker, do not need the international credit rating agencies to tell us just how much work we have to put in to revive and revitalize our economy. We must also pay attention, Mr. Speaker, to our national human resource management, which must be aligned to our educational system. HR, national development, and education cannot continue to be misaligned without a comprehensive integrated vision of the Ghana we want to build and how we intend to get there. Mr. Speaker, we have always known that technical and vocational skills is sine qua non to national transformation, and yet it remains heavily underfunded and greatly despised. We need a new paradigm for our middle-level manpower needs that leverages on the technical universities concept. Mr. Speaker, our entrepreneurship drive will not succeed if we do not create a unique capital regime for young entrepreneurs. How about establishing an entrepreneurs bank, especially designed for startups, with the lowest or abolished interest rates and a deliberate mentorship package, since we know that traditionally about 80% of startups collapse at inception, largely because of lack of support and an unfavorable ecosystem. Mr. Speaker, we cannot fulfill the dream of an Africa continental free trade area, which Ghana is blessed to host, its secretariat, if we do not depart from traditional norms which have failed over the years and embark on a new radical entrepreneurship drive, which is backed by a reserve fund of not less than 10 billion Ghana cedis, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the current industrialization policy under the 1D 1F initiative seems to be taking off gradually, and it is quite obvious that a more aggressive scaling up is needed. Too many districts like mine are yet to benefit, and many more existing industries such as Japan Textiles and Kosovo Textiles, Kumasi Shoe Factory, just to mention a few, continue to be struggling to survive. Too many others such as the Aveima Rice, also known as Prey Volta, Ayensu Starch, the Zwarungu Meat Factory, the Bonsa Thai Factory, Abosu Glass Factory, Pualugu Tomato Factory, Aveima Shoe Factory, have all collapsed, Mr. Speaker. The Commander Sugar Factory remains a white elephant. Our industrialization landscape must look much better for a country grappling with a debilitating unemployment crisis. Mr. Speaker, the agribusiness value chain remains an untapped potential. For example, we have absolutely no business shipping out the thousands of jobs we continue to give away due to our alarming rice importation, which on the average has been increasing by 54.81% annually since 1961. Just imagine how many jobs the over $450 million United States rice importation bill can create. Mr. Speaker, in times of crisis, we must be unconventional and think differently. Isn't it time, for example, to create more opportunities for the youth of our country by placing a moratorium on the granting of contracts to retired staff? Let's encourage all retirees to go home and enjoy their pensions instead of encumbering their positions under the cloak of contract staff. Mr. Speaker, isn't it time to offer early voluntary retirement incentives through SNIT to public servants above 50 years who so desire to take advantage of an early retirement package so we can create even more decent opportunities for the younger generation? Mr. Speaker, as a people, we have defeated even more daunting challenges when we have united and resolved to emerge victorious, no matter the price to pay. From slavery, colonialism, to ending the era of coups, we have shown that we are capable of achieving greatness. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, the coup spectre is back next door and all around us. A solution to our unemployment canker is a sure way of maintaining the democratic stability we all cherish. Mr. Speaker, there can be no future for this democracy and no stability for this republic if we do not urgently address the unemployment crisis, which has robbed so many young people of their dignity and promise. This year, Mr. Speaker, marks 30 years since the return to multi-party democracy in 1992. That is the same period, 30 years, Lee Kuan Yew used to transform Singapore from third world to first world, when per capita GDP climbed from $400 in 1960 to more than $12,200 by 1990, when Lee Kuan Yew was stepping down as Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the other Asian tigers we celebrate used the same period to transform their economic fortunes and create nations of limitless opportunities for their young people. 30 years is enough time for our people to reap the democratic dividend and fulfill the dreams of our forebears. They may be unwilling to wait for another 30 years of missed opportunities. May God help us. Mr. Speaker, I'm exceedingly grateful to you for the opportunity.
We will allow two each, and then the minister will conclude.
Speaker,
sorry?
No.
Or can we make it 1 plus leadership? You have 3 more. Right. So 1 plus leadership, and then the
1 plus leadership will be good. 1 plus leadership.
Yes,
leadership.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this well-researched statement touching on a very topical issue worldwide. Honorable Speaker, let me take this statement in comparison with the United Kingdom. And it becomes very obvious that it is not only Ghana that is grappling with the issue of unemployment, especially youth unemployment, which has even national security implications. So with your kind permission, if I may quote a publication by a gentleman called D. Clark, which was published on the 4th day of February 2022. I quote, In the 3 months to November 2021, the unemployment rate in the United Kingdom was highest in England, where it was 4.2%, followed by 3.6% in Scotland, 3.4% in Wales, and 3.1% in Northern Ireland, the lowest rate among the 4 countries of the UK. For the United Kingdom as a whole, unemployment rate was 4.5%, the lowest the rate has been in 2021. Some indicators on how badly the UK economy will be affected by coronavirus include the monthly job losses claims, which increased by 850,000 between March and April 2020, and a dramatic 18.3% in monthly gross domestic product recorded in April 2020. The fact that over 4.7 million jobs were still on the UK job retention scheme at the end of January 2021 also hides the true extent of the labor market situation at present, unquote. Honorable Speaker, I agree with the maker of the statement that our population growth has not kept pace with our economic transformation. And that explains why the young people in the employment bracket are shrinking against the job openings. Again, if you pay regard to educational system, Honorable Speaker, we have the liberal arts and raw sciences as the core areas of education, especially in the tertiary educational setup. And year in, year out, they are churning out graduates who have been trained not as entrepreneurs, but they are doing this kind of degree courses. So this has really compounded the problem we are facing as a nation in relation to employment for educated young people. Honorable Speaker, I want to stress briefly and then resume my seat. The interventions of Nana Akufo-Addo's government in some of these matters. The first issue which shows the resilience of the economy and also the ingenuity of the government was the hard fact that during the COVID period, those who depended on the national exchequer for their daily bread were never laid off. And this is very, very significant for us to understand that the government was very sensitive to the plight of a lot of people who are salaried workers. If you pay regard to the 2022 financial and economic policy of government, the 2022 budget, at page 86, paragraph 337, the government has a rollout. The government budgeted for Ghana's cedis 100 billion for purposes of COVID alleviation and revitalization of the enterprises support program. And this dovetails in the Ghana Cares Obatampa program. There is also a contemplation that with our scientific elite, we need to attempt the local production of vaccines, which obviously is going to aid in employment. Agenda 111, which is the rollout of world-class hospitals for our people in all the major districts of this country. It's an employment avenue which we didn't play down at all. And if you want to pay regard to that, you can see it at page 94, paragraph 379-383 of the budget. Honorable Speaker, at page 96, the government intends, getting the Development Bank of Ghana functional which will mean that a lot of youths who are qualified will be employed in the development bank, which also has the potential of taking us out of the doldrums. The Youth Start Initiative, which is a youth employment program, has the potential of employing 1 million youth, and that is a gargantuan leap in our economic development. 1 million jobs are envisaged. And we're talking about 3 years startup capital, which should aid our youth, those who have entrepreneurial skills, to find jobs of their own. There's also the National Alternative and Livelihood Program in the mining sector. And it is envisaged that when it comes at full steam, we should expect 220,000 individuals who will be employed. This is also true of the National Land Reclamation and Reforestation component of the program. This may be found at page 435 of the budget, and it's envisaged that 100,000 youths will be employed. Zongo Development Fund program has the potential of getting 3,000 Zongo youth vocational skills and the rest of them. I do not want to re-emphasize the flagship programs like the 1D, one district, one factory, the planting for the food and jobs, and the rest of them. So, Honorable Speaker, the government of the day had made serious interventions in trying to solve what is mocking the entire world. And I'm persuaded that we'll be able to make some inroads and alleviate the hardships that our people are going through, especially the youth, who in their hopelessness are giving in to all manner of things which are not very good. I was thinking about your recommendation that in view of the problems of getting individuals enrolled into the military, we should employ digitalization. And I was wondering how it's going to work when it comes to body selection. Understand? Because at the end of the day, when you want young men and women to be engaged in the military and even the police, there's always a body examination. And I'm low tech, but Honorable Kujetap, like I was wondering how you could do digitalization when it comes to body selection. One of these days we'll have a private conversation and we'll throw some light on this. So, Honorable Speaker, I am fully persuaded that the government of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo is alive to the challenges of youth employment in the realm. And as I've said, if you took time and peruse the budget, solid solutions have been provided. And very soon, the tension will go down. There's light at the end of the tunnel. But I still commend the maker of the statement for raising this topic. It makes us more anxious to deal with the problem. I'm grateful to you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Member for Adenta. That's right, that's my MP. Very well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to commend the maker of the statement, Honorable Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa, Ranking Member for the Committee on Foreign Affairs, for a well-researched statement and bringing to the fore the looming danger of crisis of youth unemployment. Mr. Speaker, this issue is a ticking time bomb that we should all be very concerned about. Mr. Speaker, it's a looming crisis because, as we say, the devil finds work for the idle hands. Mr. Speaker, let's ask ourselves what unemployment really is. Unemployment refers to a situation where a person is actively searching for employment, and we would all agree that we have a lot of our youth who almost on a daily basis go around in search of jobs. I have an office where I sit in the constituency on Mondays, and you would have a lot of our young people who would come in, and what they want me as their member of parliament to help them with is job. Mr. Speaker, unemployment can be categorized into maybe 4 sections. We have frictional unemployment, we have cyclical unemployment, we have structural unemployment, and then institutional unemployment. Mr. Speaker, frictional unemployment occurs when people leave existing jobs for new jobs, and in our economy it doesn't really exist. However, with structural unemployment, Mr. Speaker, this comes about with technological changes in the structure of the economy. And with this push for digitalization and introduction of technology, clearly it's making some of our people redundant. Mr. Speaker, a new World Bank report titled Youth Employment Programs in Ghana, Options for Effective Policy Making and Implementation identifies agribusiness, entrepreneurship, apprenticeship, construction, tourism and sports as key sectors that can offer increased employment opportunities for the youth in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, this report further calls for more investment in career guidance and counseling, work-based learning, coaching and monitoring to equip our young people with the skills needed for work. Mr. Speaker, I want to call on government to consider the possibility of engaging academia, the business community, political parties, and other relevant institutions to brainstorm and see how we can address this crisis staring at us in the face. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity and also commend the maker of the statement for a well-researched paper. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Leadership.
Speaker, with respect, on our side, your concern, I'll yield to Honorable Ninoy.
Very well, Honorable Ninoy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to a statement ably made by my brother, Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa, MP for North Congo. Mr. Speaker, indeed, the issues raised by our colleague on the other side are very pertinent. These are issues that go to the core of our society today. Unemployment is one of the biggest problems we face and the biggest threat to our national security as a state, Mr. Speaker. Not just Ghana, but West Africa and Africa as a whole. Mr. Speaker, in our constituencies, we know of teeming youth who are every day looking for jobs, coming over to our offices, looking for opportunities, and opportunities that are far and in between. Mr. Speaker, we know that jobs are created, and jobs are created by entrepreneurs. And entrepreneurs develop over time. Entrepreneurs are not just made overnight. They develop over time. They build their requisite skills, develop their own skill sets, education, and then attempt or take the risk of investing and building businesses and creating jobs. Mr. Speaker, successive governments in Ghana have tried since 1992 to give incentives or create incentives or the enabling environment for jobs to be created by entrepreneurs. But we should be asking ourselves why Ghanaians don't take advantage of these opportunities. If you go anywhere in the world, in many societies, when you go to India, you have Gujaratis that are business people. When you go to the Middle East, you have Lebanese who are descendants of Phoenicians, who are traders in the Mediterranean, and were creating jobs. Everywhere you go, you find them. In Africa, in Brazil, everywhere, you find the descendants of these people creating jobs. It is a skill set that is developed over time. In Ghana, unfortunately, when you take a careful look at our history,
you ask yourself why Ghanaians are not taking advantage of it. And when you take a cursory look at our history, you realize that there were times in our history where people were targeted for being business people, for creating jobs, for creating the environment, or taking advantage of the space to create jobs. These were deliberate state-oriented policies that stifled business and killed that entrepreneurial drive in people. Mr. Speaker, in the mid-90s or late 80s into the 90s, we had a lot of even what we call state-owned enterprises that were flourishing, like the Black Star Line and Co. By the mid-90s, due to government policy over time, all these jobs had collapsed. When you come to a constituency like mine in Tema Central, where a lot of people were dependent on the shipping industry, from the 90s till date, even companies like Vaku, all of them collapsed under the supervision of our brothers on the other side. Mr. Speaker, that notwithstanding, other countries have been able to find or create jobs out of their economy for their youth. You take countries like Philippines, they have what you call the Philippines Overseas Program. In fact, even Ghana, we have benefited from that program before, and also benefited from what the Cubans have with healthcare. And if you take the shipping industry, for example, over 90% of all sailors today are Filipinos. These are jobs that Ghanaian youths could have been trained. Ghanaian youths could have been trained to take up some of these menial jobs on the ships. We have the Nautical College, the Regional Maritime Academy, that has been sitting for years. We have not been able to take advantage of it to train even our young people as ratings to take advantage of some of these opportunities. I know that the current government, led by His Excellency the President of the Republic, through his minister, the Minister of Employment, is trying to do something similar with nurses. But I believe that we can expand it like countries like Sri Lanka and the Philippines have been able to do. When you go to countries like the UAE, over 1 million Filipinos are there working, all sponsored or sent there by their governments because their economies cannot create jobs for them. They are taking advantage of these opportunities to employ their youth. I believe that we should be spending some of our resources on developing bilateral relations with some of these countries so that we can also train our young people and send them over. I believe that the young people of Ghana have the capacity and even the market advantage, even when it comes to language, especially using English as our official language, to take advantage of some of these opportunities. Mr. Speaker, that notwithstanding, I know that the current government, led by His Excellency the President, has put in place structures and opportunities for the young people of Ghana to take advantage of. Mr. Speaker, just recently we passed the budget and approved a program for the Youth Start. Mr. Speaker, we are waiting for our colleagues on the other side to help us pass the e-levy so that we'll be able to fund the Youth Start and create more jobs for our team youth. Mr. Speaker, going forward, I believe that if we concentrate on white label manufacturing, which employs a lot of people or a lot of hands, just like China did, we'll be able to move and create more jobs for our young people. Funding is one of the big bottlenecks, but I believe that over time, when we have developed these young entrepreneurs through our Youth Start, we'll build our own national champions and local champions, and we'll be able to reinvest and create more jobs within our economy and create opportunities for the young people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to say a big thank you to you for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this statement made by my brother Sami Obi, the Tobacco. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the statement ably made by the member for North Tongue on intractable crisis of youth unemployment. And Mr. Speaker, in commending him, probably, Mr. Speaker, we will need a day to dedicate some discussion and debate in this chamber on how to address unemployment generally in Ghana, so that as many of us as possible can proffer some suggestions as to how to deal with what rightly can be described as a ticking time bomb for our country. Since 2014 and 15, I publicly have said that growing unemployment and youth unemployment was a national security crisis. And Mr. Speaker, in Ghana, we've all been struggling even with the definition of what constitutes unemployment. I would attempt my own definition as I've read from labor economists and labor experts as persons who are available to work and actively seeking employment, but for whom there are no jobs. They would qualify as persons who are described as unemployed. But Mr. Speaker, whilst commending the maker, there are structural problems we need to confront as a country. And Mr. Speaker, one is the service sector versus the manufacturing sector. The service sector. In Ghana today, the World Bank describes Ghana's growth as not a job-related growth. Our economy in the last 2 decades have grown positively, but the growth has itself not contributed into job creation. Because in the East Asian countries, the emphasis is on manufacturing. But Ghana, it is rather the service sector which is providing some of the jobs. Mr. Speaker, another dilemma we need to resolve is government. Is government and the public sector the incubator of jobs? Mr. Speaker, I disagree with that assertion and that position. The incubator of jobs should be the private sector and factories, with government only providing an enabling environment for the private sector to spur growth and to create opportunities for employment. That we are not doing enough. Mr. Speaker, the third dilemma is the pedagogy of the universities has to change. You cannot have your universities, all of them, focusing on the training of persons, sciences and marketing. Then you say you are seeking to deal with unemployment. Mr. Speaker, thankfully, the Minister for Employment is here. Where is your manpower policy? We don't have any. Where is the manpower plan for Ghana? We don't have any. Labor market system, we haven't developed any. I know I left some attempt at getting it done. You are trying to continue. So, Mr. Speaker, even the universities, all of them, whether University of Ghana, University of Science and Technology, UCC, KEPCOS, UHAS and others, have all moved away from their core mission and mandate. The University of Science and Technology today is competing in arts and sciences. Is that their vision? Is that their mandate? Yet we've looked on. We are art and craft. I should add art, or I should add craft. UST, Mr. Speaker, they have shied away from the mandate we gave them. Take University of Ghana. I'm just reading some alarming report, Mr. Speaker. I hope as a Lebanon you are concerned about ranking of universities. I don't seem to accept where they are placing University of Ghana. I don't seem to want to accept it. But it may be the reality. But I say I have a difficulty accepting it. So, Mr. Speaker, when the emphasis is on social sciences, I agree that academic training at the university is to provide generic general academic training. We can't take it away from them. But what is Ghana's manpower plan? How many, Mr. Speaker, maybe today we should even narrow it. The Honorable Ablakwa uses that example. Doctors, we are all crying. Inadequate number of doctors. They are not there in the rural areas. They are not here. How much does it take for the state of Ghana to decide that for the next 5-10 years, I want to train 10,000 doctors? Don't we have the money? We have misplaced priorities. It is for us to accept that in each constituency or in each region, any brilliant science student who is prepared to be trained to be sent back home, not to remain in Accra, we bring him in, train him in medicine, then he knows that he is going back to Tuobodom in Techima to serve the people of Techima as a dedicated trained person from that area. But the scholarships, Mr. Speaker, so this topic, Mr. Speaker, that we will need a full day as a house to re-examine it and look at it. Then, Mr. Speaker, government's interventions. We have had youth employment. I don't describe that even as gainful employment. It does not meet the ILO minimum standard for decent work and decent jobs. Even NAPCO does not meet the ILO minimum standards. There are knee-jerk responses, political responses, to deal with the symptom of a larger problem of unemployment. That is not to say that we shouldn't commend successive government for initiating them. How can you employ somebody and give him 200 Ghana cedis and say he's gainfully employed? What standard? What have you used to measure the person? Even in the case of sanitation, why you take Ghana cedis? And you want us to hail you that you have done well. How is a person going to work from home, back home? So, Mr. Speaker, Minister for Employment, take note. I'm sure Speaker will give his consequential directive. You have no basis paying any person below 400 Ghana cedis. I recall as far back when we passed the law in 2015 to say that have a dedicated payroll system so that the ministry and the Youth Employment Agency will pay beneficiaries directly. Then you can have service charges for service providers. But today, you have a service provider who takes all the money and gives a paltry 180 to beneficiaries. That is wrong. That is wrong. Mr. Speaker, is he back? Mr. Speaker wants to know, he hasn't seen you in a number of days, and he didn't report your whereabouts. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Statistical Service puts the unemployment rate at 13.4%. The Ghana Statistical Service is saying that young people aged between 15 and 24 years who are unemployed are 32.8%. Then, Mr. Speaker, I use my local community and probably I'll try to use Bekwai driving back to Kumasi and passing through Swami. Mr. Speaker, in Tamale, the only time our citizens were happy about employment was when TASEC was undertaking a major road project. We saw huge numbers of persons employed in and around TASEC. A lot of livelihoods and new opportunities were created. Since then, we have seen none. And Mr. Speaker, I'm just taxing our colleagues to observe. When you are driving home early, North Industrial Area, just North Industrial Area where Interplus, all the businesses, factories are, watch the number of persons who are walking out at 5 p.m. going home. And ask yourself that between Bekwai, Techima, Tamale, you see none. You will not find an entity employing even up to 100 people. The days of timber in Kumasi where you could see this is over. So you won't see them. So when we want to do real justice to employment, it is not YEA and NAPCO. It's enabling the private sector to be able to employ. Now, Mr. Speaker, in Ghana, government enjoys taking up what the private sector can do. That's what we are pretending to do. The government is pretending that it is an employer. It is true, Mr. Speaker, and I encourage the Honorable Ablakwa and our colleagues. There is a brilliant book by Professor Wood, the School of Administration of University of Ghana, I believe, Mr. Speaker, you know him. Downsizing the public sector. I've seen his narrative. He's questioning that why can't we expand the public sector? You cannot expand it because it is not right to spend more than half of your revenue only on compensation. And that is where we are as a country. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that compensation you have to study rigidities of the Ghanaian economy and budget. There are three. Interest payment. That's why today you are struggling. All the revenue you make, substantial portion will go to service debt. Then after that, statutory payment, you struggle to deal with it. Then after statutory payment, Mr. Speaker, comes compensation. So I'm saying that this House must take a decision that one, we must tax the Minister for Employment within 6 months. He should come back to this House with Ghana's manpower needs. What has happened to all the discussions at National Development Planning Commission as to our manpower needs? People in science, people in IT, we are all complaining about lack of doctors. Yet there are brilliant young people in all our constituencies who can be trained to become doctors. We are not taking advantage of it. So, Mr. Speaker, once again, I want to thank the maker of the statement. I believe that on this matter, Mr. Speaker, we need a full-blown debate on addressing the unemployment challenge in Ghana. What we are doing is not good enough. That the Honorable Mustafa, Minister for Youth and Sports, recently I was in Jana when the chief invited President Excellency John Dramani Mahama for the Damba Festival. And Mr. Speaker, I gave this example. Kokomlemle, the Kaya is. I have said that myself and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the best measure of our public service success is to see the young girls go back home. That is how we should measure whether we have made meaningful contribution to addressing the social ills of our society or not. But so long as they bath outside there every evening, they do all other things, then we say we are doing well. Which economy? You say your economy is doing well. And Mr. Speaker, I end on that note. Probably, Mr. Speaker, we should move away from Keynesian economists to now say that beyond GDP, macroeconomics, inflation, employment must now be, every budget must respond to how much we have contributed in a year to addressing employment generally in our country. Every day when we say that our economy is doing well, yet growth is good, GDP, it does not reflect in job creation. It means that we are not dealing with the structural problems of our economy, which includes diversification. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable Minister, we want to hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity
to also contribute to the statement ably made by the Honorable MP for North Town, Honorable Samuel Okujeto Ablapa, on the ills of unemployment, especially when you zone it to the youth. I have read his statement, and I think that a lot of work went into the statement. Mr. Speaker, you agree with me that statements are not supposed to provoke debate. But irrespective of that, when certain things are not put on the right perspective, I also think that this is about the time we do that. Otherwise, our records perhaps will indicate as it's been said. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minority Leader, who is a former Minister for Employment and Labor Relations, tried to define unemployment, but left out a very important aspect of it. When it comes to issues of employment, the authority is the International Labour Organization, which Ghana is a member of. So our word of work is shaped by ILO 6. Indeed, the ILO has two definitions of unemployment. The first definition is what ILO itself described as the strict definition. The strict definition says that within the reference period, all persons who have attained the employment age and are available for work and are looking for work and are not getting jobs to do they are described as unemployed persons. Then we have the relaxed definition. The relaxed definition adds on to the strict definition by adding all those who have attained employment age and are not working and are not even looking for work. So at any point in time, when you are calculating unemployment rate, the figure you will get will depend on the type of definition that you use. And indeed, in Ghana, before 2012, we had resorted to the ILO strict definition in defining unemployment. The reason being that we wanted an equal landscape where we could compare Ghana's figures with our other sister countries who make up the ILO. But I recall that His Excellency the President, Nana Akufo-Addo, at a cabinet meeting indicated that he wanted that which reflect the true situation of Ghana, and that whether we have the international definition or not, he wanted something which will actually give us the true definition or the true seriousness of the problem. So that's how come Ghana changed course from the international strict definition to the international strict definition to the international relaxed definition. So therefore, it is not appropriate for one to compare figures, the current figures, with the previous census figures, because they use different definitions in determining the figures. So yes, it is true that in 2010, the figure was far lower than the current figure, which is 13.4. But it must also be put on record that the current figure used the relaxed definition of unemployment. Indeed, the Ghana Statistical Service itself, in the Ghana Living Standard Survey, which was conducted, which report was released in 2019, indicated that using the strict definition of unemployment, the unemployment rate in Ghana was 4.1. And then the relaxed one added an additional 4.3, which brought the unemployment situation to 8.4 as of 2019. If you go to the ILO website right now, using their own strict definition, ILO currently puts Ghana's unemployment situation to 4.53 because they use the strict definition. So I would just want to encourage my good friend who did so good work in his research work to perhaps further research more to be able to situate the situation in this right perspective. Mr. Speaker, another revealing fact is that, yes, I do not deny the fact that we have unemployment situation on our hand, but unemployment rate in sub-Saharan Africa is far better than unemployment rate in North Africa and in Europe. The reason being that in those advanced countries, they have systems of reporting. And indeed, any person that is not employed is also can access unemployment benefits. Whereas in sub-Saharan Africa, such things are not there. So even if the person is unemployed, any work at all that he or she lays hands on, he avails himself for such work. So you have more people working, even though, yes, and I want to borrow the words of the Honorable Minority Leader, such works that they do are not decent, yet they are prepared to do that to receive even a minimum reward than perhaps staying at home or perhaps going for the unemployment benefit. So I want to put on record that Ghana's unemployment rate is amongst the least, according to ILO, even in the entire international community. But our problem, however, is the problem of underemployment, where people work but they do not work to the fullest of their abilities. Let me just illustrate it. Somebody may complete university. His hope is perhaps to work as a public servant in one of the public offices, but whilst waiting, perhaps there's a small family business, he avails himself and then be helping the family at the local family business without perhaps earning anything. Such a person, if you should go and interview him, he will tell you that yes, he's working, but then he's not working to the fullest of his ability. For me, that is where we have the highest challenge, and I concede that if we have any intervention, those are the people that we have to be aiming at. Mr. Speaker, as I indicated, ILO currently puts Ghana's unemployment at 4.53 using the strict definition of unemployment. Mr. Speaker, reading the statement of my honorable colleague, I concede that he looked at all the various efforts that successive governments have made in an attempt to solve the issue of unemployment, and then considered that most of these measures have been short-lived. Yes, I agree with him. Mr. Speaker, in labor terms, there are interventions which are put in place to solve problems whilst you come out with solutions to problems. And especially for school leavers who are waiting for jobs, there's something we call school to work transition. The essence of school to work transition is to afford school leavers an opportunity to let them have a working environment experience. A typical example of that is the National Service Scheme that has been with us for a long time. Indeed, in most applications, you will often find out that employers will indicate that they need somebody with this qualification, with this number of experience. Where is the person going to have that experience from? Employers do not want to spend more in training their employees. What they want is that they want ready-made materials and weight. Mr. Speaker, there were a number of policy recommendations that my colleague made in trying to solve this problem of youth unemployment. He indicated as one of them to stop or to reduce the retirement age to 50 and give incentives to people to retire early. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that as Labour Minister, who is also the minister responsible for pensions, I will say that this is a very dangerous route to tread, because it also hinges or touches on the core of sustainability of our pensions. Mr. Speaker, there have been even some school of thoughts which are even saying that we should increase our pension age, because the more people stay in job, the more funds they accumulate towards their pensions. So if you impoverish them even at their old age, and it is at their old age that they even need more money to be able to take care of their ill health and what have you. So, Honorable Ablakwa, I will want us to engage further on this and see if perhaps some other options can be looked at. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, hold on. Are you on a point of order? Honorable Minister, kindly hold on. Yeah. Yes, Honorable Member for
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Are you on a point of order?
Yes, I rise on the order 92 1A, and it's to seek further clarification on the statement that the minister made regarding unemployment rates in sub-Saharan Africa being better than North Africa and Europe. If he could kindly provide some kind of reference or the figures, because that does not seem to tally with what we know regarding what the actual unemployment rates are in the sub-Saharan region. Thank you.
Very well, Honorable Minister. You may take that on board.
I'm more than willing to supply that information anytime I have an opportunity to speak on the floor. I did a similar presentation to Cabinet, and I'm quite sure of what I'm talking of. But Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I touched on the issue of the suggestion to reduce the working age and to take the pension age to 50, where we encourage people early pensions. And I'm saying that that is a very dangerous route for us to pursue, because we are in a period when even there's a school of thought which is saying that we should be able to prolong the working age so that people can take more and enhance pension. Mr. Speaker, in looking at employment, we should be able to look into the future to see what kind of jobs will be available for our people. Mr. Speaker, the world of work is changing and changing very fast. In the early 50s in Ghana, the number one resort to work was the agricultural sector. Agric in the 50s provided close to 65% of work. The manufacturing sector was next, followed by the service sector. Currently, as we speak, the service sector has taken lead as the number one provider of jobs, followed by the agri sector, and then followed by industry. I agree with the Honorable Minority Leader that it is at industry where you see more decent work as compared to perhaps agri and other forms of work. But Mr. Speaker, if you go to my village, where I come from, Sunyani to be precise, almost all the properties there were put up by cocoa farmers. They saw farming as their mainstay of their main work. They committed themselves to it, and true that they had the reward that they had, and true that they have been able to put up those structures, very big structures. Yet today, many of our young people are not interested in going into agri because we have not succeeded in making it more attractive. That is why the Nana came up with this policy of planting for food and jobs, just to create interest in the agricultural sector so that young persons who perhaps are waiting even to get more enhanced jobs can start from there, and even when they are interested will stay there and make their life there. Mr. Speaker, one other issue that if we want to tackle this issue of unemployment we have to look at is the educational systems that we practice in this nation. Many of us, when our children or what return from school and they are able to speak the Queen's language very well, we say that yes, my child is doing very well. If the person is able to add 1 to 2 and get the result, we say that this my son is very sharp. On the other hand, if that same person is able to use the foot to play football as against perhaps rattling English, we will say that no, that person is not good enough. Yet, if that footballer succeeds, the wealth that he will create for his family and himself will be sometimes even 5 times far better than that was able to rattle English. I want to believe that my colleague, the Honorable Minority Leader, is listening to what I'm saying. So what we need to do is to lay more emphasis on vocational and technical education. And for me, it is very refreshing that having lost the way all that years, Nanado's government has drawn our attention to the need to go back to TVET. This House passed the pre-tertiary education bill, which laid more emphasis on TVET. For those of our colleagues that have read today's Daily Graphic. At the front page, it is reported that government has retooled 57 TVET schools with modern equipment. The essence is that we want to revamp the TVET schools so that young men and women who want to have hands-on training can go there and acquire skills which they can use for their living. Research has shown, Mr. Speaker, that persons who attain grammar type of education, about 98% of them rely on somebody to engage them. But persons who attain TVET education, 68% of them employ themselves. So if indeed we want to have solution to unemployment, then the best way to go is to go the TVET way. And that is the direction I'm happy this nation is taking. And I want to encourage every member of this House to support this government's drive to encourage TVET education. As much as possible, once we have one secondary school in one constituency, we should strive to have one TVET institution in one constituency. Mr. Speaker, thank you. And once again, I want to thank the maker of this statement. Thank you.
Honourable members, for me, this is one of the most important statements we have had in this House. And I find that, interestingly, it is one in which politicization has been very low, because we all identify the problem. And I'm happy that we appear to have a convergence of ideas, that the kind of training we give our young people today probably will make them much less employable. And then TVET is the way to go. That, for me, is where we should focus, and I'm very grateful that we have come to this conclusion. But I also think that we should look at also the kind of mindset we have developed over the years. The people we call brilliant are the ones we send to do the arts and the sciences. They come out of school, they can read everything, but they can't do anything with their hands. Many of us are like that. That's why we struggle to find jobs in the public sector. Probably, we should let emphasis be on the fact that being able to work with your hands probably more elegant than struggling to get certificates in sciences and arts. There's something, for example, I had a debate with a colleague who's a lecturer, repeating what Professor Lumumba said, oh, we have wealth, we have this. I asked him, how come that before the white man came, every village, there was some wealth that they could mine. But after we got the degrees in geology and mining engineering, we can't even identify where the wealth is. We need people to come from outside to point to us where the wealth is. Is there not something wrong with the kind of education that we are so proud of? And so we should look at it again. What is it that we need? And Honourable Minister for Labour, let's refocus our training to take advantage of the wealth that God has granted us in this country. Once again, congratulations, honourable members, for this statement and the beautiful discussion we are having on it. Now I'll proceed to the next statement. We'll take the... You want to take the Tamale first? Very well. The Honourable Minority Leader will read a statement on the shooting incident by Ghana police in Lamashegu, Tamale South constituency. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to make a statement on the shooting incident by the Ghana police in Lamashegu in the Tamale South constituency, which resulted in the death of Abdul Hakim and 6 others severely injured on Sunday, 13 February. And Mr. Speaker, I should thank you for the opportunity. I prayed on you to make this statement in order that I can contribute in supporting the Lamashena and the people of Tamale to calmness and to allow peace to prevail, law and order to be maintained, even as we protest the unprofessional conduct of the police that led to the loss of that innocent life, with scores of others severely injured with live bullet wounds in Tamale. Mr. Speaker, I do so in a representative capacity as Member of Parliament for Lamashegu and Tamale South. Mr. Speaker, police brutality on civilians have become prevalent in Tamale, a growing phenomenon very hard to understand and to accept. And we are concerned about the lack of scrutiny and accountability over these incidents, and it appears that many of it go unpunished. Mr. Speaker, Sunday, the 13th of February 2022, it will forever remain a sad day in the lives of the good people of Lamashegu, particularly the youth, a South constituency, and for the family of young Abdul Hakim Yakubu, who was shot and killed by the police. Mr. Speaker, according to eyewitnesses and media reports, I was in Tamale myself and was prevented from taking a particular route on my way to observe the Accra House of Folk Tamale RTU football match because of the sporadic shooting that was happening in that area. But Mr. Speaker, according to media report, a police patrol team, in an attempt to effect the arrest of one Rahman Jibril, who was alleged to be driving an unlicensed vehicle with a DV number plate, pursued the driver of the unlicensed car to the compound of the paramount chief of Lamashegu, Lamashena Abdullahi Ziblim. The said Rahman Jibril had run to the palace of the paramount chief of Lamashegu to seek refuge, and the police pursued him and shot at him just at the palace with live ammunition. He sustained gunshot wounds on his waist. And Mr. Speaker, by our culture and tradition, once he could run to the chief, he was running for protection and shelter, and probably to be handed over by the chief to the police. One therefore cannot fathom why the police, in their excessive use of force, will still shoot with live ammunition. The Lamashena felt very disrespected by those police officers, men and women who were responsible for that. The shooting by the police in the palace of the paramount chief provoked the anger of the youth, who naturally felt that the police had shown disrespect to the Lamashena. The youth accordingly massed up around the vicinity of the palace and pelted stones, as I understand, at the police. The police fired indiscriminately into the crowd, following what the police described as some misunderstanding. And Mr. Speaker, regrettably and unfortunately, 18-year-old Abdul Hakim Yakubu, a junior high school graduate and innocent bystander, lost his life. The father yesterday said that he could only leave this to God, as he was powerless. Mr. Speaker, the shooting also resulted in injuries to 4 others. Rahman Jibril, the driver of the unlicensed vehicle, Alasan Yusuf, Abdul Karim Abdullahi, and Wahab Abdullahi, all residents of Lamashegu. The body of the deceased has been deposited at the Tamale Teaching Hospital morgue, while the other victims are currently receiving treatment at the Tamale Teaching Hospital. In my view, Mr. Speaker, the police are too quick to use excessive force. The number of victims of police brutalities in Tamale has increased over the years. We are concerned about the rising cases, and if it is not checked, it may lead to civil unrest, as the confidence of the people of Tamale is gradually eroding in the capacity and ability of the police to protect them and to maintain law and order, whilst expecting them to fully cooperate. My understanding is that if the police will have to uphold and respect fundamental human rights and freedoms as enshrined in our Constitution, the use of excessive force is only permissible, Mr. Speaker, as was decided by our court, as when it is necessary. Why can't the police deploy other aggressive means like tear gas or rubber bullets, but be using live bullets? Mr. Speaker, I have since met the family of the deceased to commiserate with them, and on Sunday evening visited those who were injured at the hospital. Indeed, I was at the Lamashena Palace yesterday in the afternoon after the District Security Council, together with the police, engaged him to see how law and order could be maintained. The youth are still very, very angry at the conduct, or call it the unprofessional conduct of the police. Mr. Speaker, we've had enough of the unjustified brutalities and violence on the citizens of Tamale by the police, and we want to say enough is enough. Policing is a shared responsibility. They need the cooperation of the people, and with this attitude, Mr. Speaker, we cannot guarantee that that will be done. Whilst calling for full-scale investigation into the matter, I understand that the police have already commenced one. It will be important that those affected for a loss of life, how do you compensate for this? Mr. Speaker, the action by the police is not an isolated one. The incidents of police brutality and high-handedness has become too many in the region, and I'm calling on the regional Security Council, particularly the police command, to wake up to their duties and to up their game in order to secure the trust and confidence of the people of Tamale and in the region. Mr. Speaker, apart from the incidents of 13 February 2022, on September 21st, 2021, police meted out brutality on residents of Nakwanzo, another community in my constituency, Nima Fonzujung, among others, when they accompanied NETCO staff to arrest residents suspected of engaging in illegal power connections. Also on Saturday, 19th April 2021, police raided the Changle community, the constituency of the Honorable Mutala Mohammed, midnight, unleashing violence on residents who were running helter-skelter as they went on. It left several persons injured, properties worth millions was lost. I also recall, Mr. Speaker, how Corporal Kenneth Amua Kosa and 4 others allegedly chased a driver to the precincts of the Gbewa Palace. That is the Yanna's Palace. You chase somebody and then he runs to the Yanna, and you still have the audacity to want to assault him. An incident the police command had to apologize profusely for having disrespected the overlord of Dagba. Mr. Speaker, certainly we cannot tolerate this further, and this disrespect to our traditional rulers and authority and to our youth and citizens must stop. We call on the police command to immediately accept full responsibility for the unprofessional conduct of their officers who shot the live ammunition in Lamashegu, and identify the principal actors and deal with them ruthlessly in accordance with law. Mr. Speaker, the conduct of the police also brings to focus the training regime that as a country we offer to our police in the various police training schools across the country. I want to believe that they are not just improperly trained, but inadequately trained, resulting in some of these unpleasant outcomes arising in their inability to control riots and control crime. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I wish to call on residents of Tamale to remain calm and restrain themselves whilst the investigation is carried out in a manner which assures us that persons culpable will be punished and dealt with in accordance with law. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I can only extend condolences to the family of Abdul Hakim, who live very close to where my mother lives. So anything could happen with sporadic shooting in and around that particular area. Mr. Speaker, to those still receiving treatment, I wish them well. So, Mr. Speaker, on this matter, we demand justice, and I want to pursue this matter to its logical conclusion. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
will only admit the two other Tamale MPs, and that's yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the statement ably made by Honorable Haruna Idrisu, the representative of the people of Tamale South, whose constituency we witness yet another barbarous act committed against unarmed citizens of the Tamale Metropolitan Assembly. Right, Honorable Speaker, it is becoming one too many. And in his statement, he indicated what happened in the Changle, the Tamale Central constituency. Right, Honorable Speaker, Changle is the area I was given birth to. And in that area, the incident was occasioned by an allegation made by a police officer of being manhandled by a gentleman when she went there to effect arrest. I was informed about the incident and I got in touch with the assemblyman to ensure that the gentleman who manhandled the police officer be identified and sent to the police station. As a matter of fact, the assemblyman got in touch with the chief, and the chief instructed that they identify the gentleman and he will then be handed over to the police for conducting himself in the manner he did. What it means is that the chief and the people of Changle were completely against that alleged misconduct of that citizen. Unfortunately, that night, the police went to Changle as late as 2 a.m., vandalized property, went into people's bedrooms when they were sleeping with their families. Kids were traumatized. In fact, a vehicle, a school bus, was vandalized by men in uniform, men who have sworn an oath to protect lives and property. Sadly and unfortunately, they led the wagon of destroying those lives they swore oath to protect and the properties. Right, Honorable Speaker, as I talk to you, there's a gentleman in that area who is paralyzed. The real story behind such brutalities, meted out against ordinary citizens by men in uniform, is that when these lives are lost, women will become widows, kids will become orphans, livelihood of children and families will be truncated, education of kids will be truncated. These are the true stories behind such barbarous acts committed against ordinary citizens by those whose comfort and safety is ensured by our taxes. The people of Tamale have had too many, and it is enough. And when we say enough, we actually mean it. Traditional authorities work in a complementary fashion with law enforcing agencies. Unfortunately, the traditions of the Dagban has been disrespected for far too long. These incidences happen every now and then. And when they do, the only story we hear, as we have heard in this story, is that we commence investigation and we ensure that those who engage in such acts are brought to book. The Changle incident happened on the 4th of April 2020. 2 years down the line, we still do not know the state of that investigation. The Nakonzo incident happened several months ago, and this one happens again. There is a proverb in Dagban, and Right Honorable Speaker, with your permission, when we are lying on a bed with someone, and the person keeps on pushing you, and you are shifting, and he's pushing you, you are shifting. When you get to the wall, and he pushes you, you can no longer go. The only thing is that you respond. That is where they are driving the people of Tamale to. And that is the state we will never want to experience. We have had such bitter experiences in the past. And we thought that this police would have realized that we cannot exist without them. And they can't either exist without us. I'm just going through platforms in Tamale. And a police officer is purported to have insulted the chiefs and the people. In the eyes of this, it's been screenshotted. And I expect the Ghana police to take action against that police officer. Right, Honorable Speaker, These things are just unacceptable. And I want to use this opportunity to call on the Minister for Interior to tell us the state of the previous investigation in such acts committed against these people. The Abdul Hakim Honorable Haruna spoke about. There is a story on Facebook written by his teacher who described him as one of the brilliant students he ever taught. That student is awaiting his BC results. His life is cut short. He's been sent to his grave by a recalcitrant police officer. And who knows what that gentleman would have grown to be. For all you know, in few years to come, he would have been sitting on the chair that you are seated, right, Honorable Speaker. The state is denied the services of such people. And it is not just Tamale. It's happening everywhere. We live in a democracy. We have agreed as a people collectively to charter the path of democracy. This country is not a police state. And let no one attempt to drag us on that feet. Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to also call on other disciplined, law-abiding police officers whose professionalism is touted and respected by all, that when incidences like this happen, they should not be quick to defend. They should condemn such recalcitrant police officers who denigrate the profession they jealously indeed are serving, and serving the people of this country. So I want to thank Right Honorable Speaker and thank Honorable Haruna Idrisu, who made this statement, and call on all of us that we should let our consciences prevail when such acts are committed against unarmed, ordinary citizens such as Abdul Hakim, who life is cut short because we have a trigger-happy police officers who think that they can just kill and go and sleep. This must not be allowed to be a replica of the previous experiences. We want to see justice, and the people of Tamale and Tamale Center and the entirety of Tamale Metropolis have had enough. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this heartbreaking statement ably made by the Minority Leader and Member of Parliament for the Tamale South constituency, Honorable Haruna Idrisu. Mr. Speaker, indeed, my colleague from Tamale Central has made references to write-ups on social media. Mr. Speaker, my heart broke this morning when friends of Abdul Hakim Yakubu shared his last WhatsApp status that he posted a few minutes before he met his untimely death. It was the picture of his mother with the caption, "To you, Mom, I can never love you less." This was posted a few minutes before he was gunned down by a reckless police officer without provocation. The Speaker, Abdul Hakim's fate is not to be viewed in isolation. Across the country, we seem to have records of people meeting their untimely death as a result of excessive police use of force, when sometimes it is not required. And Mr. Speaker, on this note, I will want to call on government to review the approach that is often used in cases such as the one that we are having to comment on after the Minority Leader's statement. What we often hear is a powerful delegation led by government officials visiting the families or the victims, apologies sometimes rendered, interdictions announced, and at the end of the day, compensations paid and highlighted, as if those are enough to settle the pains and the loss that families suffer. The Speaker, and the theme runs across, whether from Asawasi or it is in Kake's hometown, Techiman, Ejura. Those are the approaches that are being used. And Mr. Speaker, these approaches, with all due respect, are becoming provocative.
what the citizens, what the people need is that people are held responsible and punished for the wrongs that they commit. The compensations and the high-powered delegation visits are not enough to appease anybody. Mr. Speaker, the military, or let me say the police brutalities, have become too many in Tamale to the point that even in 2018, the military brutalized even police officers. Mr. Speaker, if you look at what is currently happening from Nakwanzo to Lamashagu to Changli, and even in my constituency, Paumo, where in that case, unfortunately, the police officers were overpowered by the community, it is clear, Mr. Speaker, that these police officers may be embarking on exercises that they are, supposed to embark on to ensure or provide safety. But there is something about doing the right thing the right way. There's something about doing the right thing the right way. For example, in the case of Changli, we are told, like being narrated by the honorable member for the constituency, that it involved an alleged manhandling of a police officer. In Paumo, in the Tamale North constituency, a similar incident happened. In the Lamashagu case, it involved the use of unlicensed vehicle. Mr. Speaker, but in all of these cases, you realize the cooperation of traditional authorities and the citizens to even help the police in carrying out their legitimate duty under the Police Act 350/1970. But what you don't get is how the police even sidestep this collaboration that they get from the community members and leadership and resort to the use of excessive force. Mr. Speaker, and if that is not checked, when the traditional leaders, when the stakeholders also begin to lose control over their subjects, we are going to have a situation where the people will begin to take the laws into their own hands and want to demand justice by themselves. Mr. Speaker, we all pray that we do not get to that point. But a lot will depend on the Ghana Police Service. A lot will depend on state agencies that are mandated with the responsibility of ensuring professionalism in the discharge of the duties that our security forces are tasked with. Mr. Speaker, finally, I think that we need to review the training and recruitment models as far as our security agencies are concerned. It is crucial to what is being recorded. Training and recruitment models need to be reviewed such that people are not just called because in some cases, not all cases, they have maths and English. And after 3 months of some supposed training, they are given a police uniform and a weapon that can take life and put on the streets to ensure safety. Mr. Speaker, that is not enough to guarantee our security as a state. And if those models are not reviewed, where proper due diligence is done on people who apply to join these services, and the procedures allowed to be followed for the best to be picked and trained, and in-service training given them, we all put ourselves at risk. Mr. Speaker, once again, I want to thank the Minority Leader, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, and Member of Parliament for the Tamale South constituency for raising this very important issue. And I thank you also for the opportunity to contribute to it. Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker.
Members, it's almost 5. The Speaker directed that we'll close at 4. I've already extended. It's the same thing. Nothing new will be said. I'm also having problems here. Please. Please, Alaji, it's okay. You are not a short speaker. That I must confess. If you are somebody who gives to we give you 2 minutes, you use it, I will consider you. But, all right, 2 minutes. If you exceed 2 minutes, I'll take you off.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you very much. I've always said that when the elder is in the house, the grain will not be soaked by the rain. Let me proceed to thank the minority leader for this very eloquent, erudite statement presented. Mr. Speaker, we have a long-tested tradition in our area that even when a fowl runs into the chief's palace, hostilities cease henceforth, because it is seen as a place that is sanctimonious. It is seen as a place where everybody will exude respect for. Not to talk of a human being running into a palace that, for the sake of, even if for nothing, but for harmony and cooperation, that the police need to anchor their duties on. So, Mr. Speaker, it is abundantly clear that in this particular respect, as our people say, you don't jump over the landlord's feet to patronize his bedroom. There was no way the police could have ventured further into the palace and to the area without first seeking the cooperation of the Lamashena, who is the traditional head of that area. That was gross disrespect, Mr. Speaker. And this is a chief who has shown a time-tested commitment to cooperating with the police for peace to prevail in the metropolis. So, Mr. Speaker, for this thing to have happened, it has gravely undermined the effort at enforcing peace and ensuring that police-civilian cooperation is more forthcoming in the area to ensure that this does not happen. Mr. Speaker, the previous speakers before me have indicated that the growing numbers of these acts of impunity is now bringing us to the borderline of crass impunity in the community. And if that comes to stay, Mr. Speaker, I dread to see what the area of peace and stability, peace, order and stability in the area will be. Because if people run amok and take the law into their own hands, and I looking through the pictures yesterday, you could see that when the youth started marching up from all over the place, it would have been a total mayhem. We all pray that may Allah Almighty never allow such a thing to happen, treading the consequences of such an act. And Mr. Speaker, I have been asking this question. In a democratic constitutional dispensation, the police, which had a bounden duty to protect life and property, are the first to shoot before they even ask questions. Mr. Speaker, how do you shoot at somebody with the possibility that that person could get killed, and then you come back and then ask questions when they have already been transformed into corpses? That is a serious area that speaks to the kind of training that we give to our police, and also the discipline and enforcement of the law, because the police themselves are not above the law. And I'm sure that when they go into any act to engage the civilian population, they are guarded by rules. They are guarded by rules of engagement, which they are enjoined to comply with, Mr. Speaker. So, it's the first option to shoot. You shoot before you ask the question. You shoot when there is not even a clear out of danger, because unless life of the police is actually threatened. These were people who were even running away, Mr. Speaker, with their backs to the police. How do you shoot, Mr. Speaker? So you see, our people say that if you have to chase, if the goat has to chase away the intruder, it's a shame of the dog. It's the police who are enjoined to enforce law. And if people have to show the police how to do their own duties in a civilian constitutional dispensation, Mr. Speaker, it's a shame. And that is why all of us are concerned that we do not get to this place where cooperation ceases from the public and there's now replaced by confrontation between the police and the people. Mr. Speaker, I think that in order to stop, it is because of the atrocity of yesterday that we know the goodness of today. We must endeavor to get to the bottom of previous incidents that has happened and what has come of them. And I remember my colleague mentioned that investigations have commenced. We have not come to any conclusive stage.
at where even police who are found to have been derelict of their duties, who have been found to have gone beyond the remits of the law, are brought to task. On this note, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you very much and to say that it is important for all of us, because no single person is a repository of wisdom. No matter how large your shoulders are, they cannot go down a baobab tree. Mr. Speaker, so I think that all of us need that cooperation to work together to bring ideas and make this country a very peaceful, orderly, and safe place for all of us. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
My boss, ABA. Yes, the majority, yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to make few comments on the statement by the minority leader, Honorable Haruna Idrisu. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, our respected colleague has given us a full account of what happened. And upon reading, it is clear to me that he has given a very balanced account. What I can say is that the police should be guided when it comes to issues of human rights and people's lives. The content of the statement reveals that they pelted stones at the police. But it is not a justification to use live ammunition, live bullets on the people. That, I think, is way not acceptable. Then again, we are told that a person sought refuge in the chief's palace. Quite obviously, if you are arresting somebody who is driving an unlicensed vehicle for whatever offense, and he runs to the chief's palace, that rather should be an easy way for you to effect an arrest, because obviously a responsible person like that would definitely offer the necessary cooperation. But that notwithstanding, I think this matter must be looked at on its own as a matter that has borders on unprofessionalism within the police service, so that we deal with it rather than approaching with a partisan political eye, because that will not give us a solution. Obviously, we cannot relate this to a regime. It is a happening that we have in one way or the other. Mr. Speaker, it's their statement. If they don't want us to comment, we will just sit down. Mr. Speaker, the conduct of some individuals within our security setup cannot be limited to a particular regime. It cuts across. What we must do is to hold those in authority responsible, ask them to account for the actions of their officers. In this case, not necessarily the government, but the IGP must come out to tell Ghanaians what he is doing to get his men to be more professional in their dealings with the people. For us as leaders, we must also take it upon ourselves to educate our people and talk to them that the police are there, those officers there are there to protect them. So if there are issues, they should engage them, they should have confidence in them so that things will not get out of hand. It's unfortunate listening to my colleague Suhini talk about the WhatsApp message or a DP or a status of that young boy, telling his mom, I can't love you less, and few minutes thereafter, losing his life. I mean, a mother who is expecting a child to become somebody in future, just losing that child unexpectedly like that can be that disappointing. I would want to extend my condolences and want to plead with Mr. IGP that as soon as possible we expect an inquiry, we expect a report, we expect to hear something positive from the police. And to all police officers across the country, please and please and please again, know when to use live ammunition, live bullets. Know when to shoot. It is not about shooting. Don't be trigger happy, but assess the situation and determine what to do. But in determining what to do, bear in mind that another man's life is at stake. Yes, protect yourself, but be careful of the rights of others. We cannot accept situations where people get trigger happy only to come under that protection of the Constitution. The Constitution is clear. Use reasonable force. And that test requires a lot of discretion, on your part as a security officer. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that our men in uniform have heard the situation in Tamale and they will take a cue and say never again. Mr. Speaker, having said all of these, I would thank you and want to say that Honorable Harun Idrisu, the call is made on government to support the medical bills. I think that it's not just government, but colleagues can make contribution and send a contribution through him, especially the minority caucus. This is a time to remember your leader. This is the time to remember your leader, so that those who are injured will get the necessary support for their medical bills. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will contribute, Mr. Speaker. Minority leader knows that I would go to his rescue. I will support the injured. I will. And I know the leader of government business himself will support the injured. If government is broke, support the e-levy to fix your roads and to create an opportunity for the young entrepreneurs. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Honourable members, that is the end of statements time for today. The Speaker's instruction said we start at 10, henceforth. 10 a.m. sharp. Break at 2, resume at 4. Break at 12, resume at 4, resume at 2, and close at 4. Now we're already past 5 for today. So I know you are also tired, except that you could go out and back. I couldn't. So very well, leaders. Unless there's anything else, I wish to bring conclusion proceedings to a close. Honourable Minority Leader, anything for the House? Yes, Honourable Majority Leader.
There is nothing useful for consideration on the floor. So, Mr. Speaker, we are entirely in your hands.
Very well. Honourable members.
Yes, you will hear from him at the appropriate time. You will hear from him. You will hear from him at the appropriate time. Approve the e-levy. Approve it.
Honourable members, the House is adjourned to tomorrow, the 16th of February 2022 at 10 o'clock in the forenoon.